crumble, and that prompted the city to demolish it in 2016 and begin construction on a more seismically sound structure.
But will the pump be able to reach all the way over to this knuckle?
It does.
Since the $488 million replacement project started, Allen says the city has taken great strides to increase diversity on the design team.
When I started the project, I was the only woman on the team, and as we've been filling positions and I look for the best person to fill the position, it's been a woman in many cases, so a lot of our leadership roles on the project are filled by women.
Allen graduated from UCLA with a degree in civil engineering. After 27 years with the city, she now helps recruit and mentor other women.
She's a role model to me in a way because I see how she carries herself as a female engineer in a male-dominated industry, and I look up to her, and I learn a lot from her, just how she handles herself.
Julie has been a fantastic mentor, especially to me personally. I work very closely with her every single day, and just the wealth of knowledge that she has and the leadership that she brings to the project from all her past projects, it's really empowering.
The project has created hundreds of jobs, and once it's complete, there will be a park here and more green space for this community.
We're going to be installing 12 acres of new park space that spans all the way from what you see over here on the north side of the bridge all the way to the 101 freeway. This is a very park-poor community, and the viaduct structure itself was very, very beloved to the community before, and this new one is going to be an iconic structure not only for this neighborhood but for all of Los Angeles.
The project is expected to be completed in 2022. Tribal dances, drums, and entertainment took center stage as hundreds of people gathered at Graham Park to honor Native American culture and history.
Indigenous Peoples Day in Los Angeles was created on August 30th of 2017 after a nearly 2-year process. And that process began with a motion that I introduced to take a look, to do an evaluation, a study of what it would look like, or what it could look like, what the possibilities were of eliminating Columbus Day and taking a look at a way to honor Indigenous people.
Celebrating Columbus is really predicated on the mythology that he discovered a whole entire hemisphere that was already populated by millions of Indigenous peoples. And so we're here to set the record straight. Indigenous peoples have been here since the beginning of time, and we will continue to be here. We're members of beautiful, resilient tribal nations all throughout the hemisphere.
This is one indicative of what can happen, as far as history being changed. People want to stand for right. They don't want to stand for wrong. They don't want to be remembered for doing something negative, something wrong, something that was atrocity to certain families and generations and cultures.
Native American Indigenous Days is just the beginning. It's going to spread across the entire world, and it's going to be like Mardi Gras in New Orleans. It's going to be spread. The entire world is going to take place. And everybody's going to do the same thing we're doing here.
Some relief from City Council for renters facing no-fault evictions. A new pilot program helps cool city streets, and the pedestrian bridge in Silver Lake take shape. All this in City Beat. The LA City Council unanimously adopted an emergency ordinance aimed at stopping no-fault evictions of apartment rental tenants until January 1st, when the new law that provides similar protections take effect. In Atwater Village, the steel truss superstructure of the Red Car Pedestrian Bridge arrived in LA this week and installed. The bridge will connect the communities of Atwater Village and Silver Lake across the LA River. Mayor Eric Garcetti has announced a pilot program that combines cool pavement with shade canopies and trees to help decrease the temperatures on streets and walkways. It's a Hollywood institution that has trained many of today's best-known comedians and funny movie stars. And now Councilmember Paul Koretz is helping the Groundlings celebrate their 45th birthday. Anna Marcos takes a look.
Try to control the weird faces. 45 years of funny stuff. And now the Groundlings Theater and School, a homegrown Hollywood landmark, is getting honored on its birthday by the city and council member Paul Koretz.
I guess it's ironic that I'm doing this because I have no sense of humor. But
I was kicked out of a serious acting class and told that all I wanted to do was make people laugh.
So you were too funny for acting.
I was told I was too funny. But when I got to the Groundlings, it's like a family. I found my funny home.
And to think these guys were just a group of actors back in 1974 who wanted to work on their craft. So they held a workshop. That turned into community performances, which led to jobs on shows like Saturday Night Live. And now the Groundlings is the go-to place when you want funny actors in Hollywood.
I don't think any of us imagined SNL would go on for 45 years. I don't think anybody ever imagined that the Groundlings would be here after 45 years. We were just a bunch of goofballs, you know.
Since 1974, the Groundlings Theater and School has been the foremost comedy training ground in Hollywood and the springboard for countless careers, including comic geniuses from film and television.
Think Melissa McCarthy, Kristen Wiig, Lisa Kudrow, Will Ferrell, Adam Sandler, John Lovitz, just a few superstars like that. But even more than the superstars, the Groundlings have brought laughter and good times to many, even our so-called humorless council member, Paul Koretz.
I went on my second date with my wife, Gail, to the Groundlings. And we had such a great time laughing together that I think that really started a relationship that has lasted 35 years. And so I credit the Groundlings.
What is it you think makes you funny and made you
Nothing. And I interrupt people.
So you're not funny?
Not in the slightest.
And you're in the Groundlings?
Yes, I am.
How'd that happen?
I don't know. Mistakes are made constantly in life.
But this is no mistake. Being funny is serious business.
Not that I didn't have fun, but I think I truly took it as I was like, this is like my master's program. And so I took it, I think, very serious.
The Groundlings have also become a community presence with classes for the general public as well as training for corporations like Google and Disney. And does that help business?
Yes, it helps business. It helps politics, it helps business, it helps families, it helps relationships.
Yes and is the foundation of improv. When we build on each other's ideas, anything is possible.
Apparently, everything in life goes down easier with a little yes-anding and a little laughter. Happy birthday, Groundlings.
For more information on the school or the theater company, visit groundlings.com. The original farmers market at 3rd and Fairfax brought everyone together for a good old-fashioned country fair, complete with pig races and pie-eating contests.
We are having our fall festival. It's an event the farmers market has been hosting since 1934. And it's basically a county fair in the heart of a big city.
We're going on the bell this time. Listen for the bell. See? There's the bell, and here comes round number 2. Tommy Joe shoots and then are we going to see a repeat as they head over that?
Today, Bob won our first show, so he's out here at the little winner's circle doing photos.
Way down in the Bridge Mountains, way down where the tall pines grow, lives my sweetheart of the mountain. She's my little Georgia Rose. Now come in.
Right now we have the Miners on behind us, and they've been a favorite. They are here every year. We have bands throughout the weekend.
My little rose that bloomed in Georgia with a hair of gold.
I think it's great for kids. There's not a lot to do in this area with kids, and it was free, which is amazing.
It's nice to bring the kids out. They love petting the animals, and it's just a perfect Saturday to spend time with the family.
Say hi.
Hi. My mom lives across the street. We came to visit her, and she told me there was an amazing fair at the Grove, so we came to walk around. What do you like the most so far that you saw?
The pig race.
All right, Judge, let's make it official. First place, Second.
I grew up around animals, and I think everybody should have the opportunity to be around them. They're very special creatures.
I think the reason why Farmers Market has endured for 85 years is it really is a small village in the middle of the city. You know, most of our businesses are family owned and operated. People come to Farmers Market and they feel at home. You know, LA is a big city, so it's nice when you have a place you can just call home.
Enjoy an all-access pass to multiple art venues at Graham Park, listen to some great music at a benefit concert, and help celebrate the opening of Metro's Blue Line. All this and things to do. Enjoy a pass to all things artistic throughout Grand Avenue during their all-access celebration. This annual arts event will offer workshops and activities throughout the Graham Park downtown LA area. Enjoy festivities including a scavenger hunt, a gallery talk at the Broad, or attend an LA opera performance at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. There is free admission to MoCA and much more. The Grand Avenue Arts All Access drops Saturday, November 2nd. For details, visit grandavenuearts.org. Don't miss the Silver Lake Conservatory of Music's annual benefit. This highly anticipated evening is the biggest fundraiser for the conservatory, which brings dynamic music education to the people of LA. The evening will be hosted by comedian Mark Maron, with musical acts including Red Hot Chili Peppers. The Silver Lake Conservatory of Music benefit happens Saturday, November 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. Learn more at silverlakeconservatory.org. Going Blue just got more exciting. Join Metro LA for Blue Line Celebration, the latest opening of the Blue Metro A Line. The opening will be accompanied by entertainment from local performers, food, community booths, and special giveaways. So don't miss out on the Blue Line Celebration, happening Saturday, November 2nd from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at The Block, located at 750 West 7th Street. For more info, visit metro.net. And that's a look at some things to do. That's it for this edition. I'm Yana Kay. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more of LA This Week.
Hi, I'm Daniel Kim with the City of Los Angeles Department of Aging. We're here to improve the quality of life, independence, health, and dignity of the older adults and family caregivers who live in our city. We have programs and services that cover a wide variety of issues facing both older adults and caregivers. Many of our direct services are provided through our local multi-purpose senior centers. Our centers have access to care management, nutrition services, transportation, evidence-based programs, and more. They're also a great place for you to connect with others in your own community. If you don't know where to start, our helpful information and assistant staff are here to help. We're able to connect you to your local center and other resources like health insurance counseling, elder abuse resources, and even job training opportunities. Also, did you know that if you provide unpaid assistance to an older adult spouse, family member, neighbor, or friend, you're a family caregiver? We have resources for you through our department's family caregiver training and support. For more information and resources, you can call us at 213-482-7252 or simply dial 311. You can also check out our website at aging.lacity.org. Together, let's make Los Angeles the best age-friendly city in the world.
Let's protect our wildlife together. Please, no smoking in Griffith Park.
Good morning. Good morning. If everyone would please take a seat. Today is Wednesday, October 30th. I want to welcome you to City Hall in this council chamber. Madam Clerk, we do have a quorum. Would you please call the roll?
Blumenfield, Bonin, Buscaino, Cedillo, Harris Dawson, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Lee, Martinez, O'Farrell, Price, Rodriguez, Rue, Wesson, 12 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. First order of business.
Approval of minutes.
Mr. Lee moves and Mr. Corrett seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Ms. Rodriguez moves and Mr. Buscaino seconds. Continue.
Items 1 through 14 are items for which public hearings have been held. Committee reports for items 11, 13, and 14 have been submitted and posted and circulated for council's consideration. And note for the record, item 9, the Tarzana Neighborhood Council submitted a community impact statement. And for item 12, a corrected Planning and Land Use Management Committee report has been posted and circulated and is now before council, sir.
Okay, do you have cards? Then let's prepare to vote. Oh, Mr. Koretz.
Yes, if we could call item 12 special.
Let's hold 12. Mr. Buscaino.
9, please. We got a couple questions on 9.
9. Let's
Yes,
hold
thank you.
9. And let's prepare to move the remaining items. Please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Continue, please, Madam Clerk.
Items 15 through 18 are closed session items. Mr. President, for number 18, it was waived from Budget and Finance Committee, and there are cards that council should take on 18.
Okay, we'll hold that item. Let's vote on the remaining items, or do you have cards on them as well?
For 15, 16, and 17, they were heard in Budget and Finance Committee. Would council like me to read the proposed settlement?
Let me defer to Mr. Krikorian to make sure that that's the proper.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is. Each of matters 15, 16, and 17 were considered by Budget and Finance, which recommends approval of the city attorney's recommendations. They're all routine settlements and can be considered in open session.
Okay, well, what we'll do, let's take up items 15 and 17 at this point. Could you read those two items, 15 and 17?
Yes, sir. Item 15, in the matter between Annie Roboff versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to expend up to $190,000 in settlement. Item 17, in the case entitled Ortega et al. Versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to expend up to $430,000 in settlement, sir.
Thank you. Let's vote on those two items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Now let's move to item 16.
Item 16, sir, is in the case entitled Emmanuel Brassi versus City of Los Angeles et al. There is a recommendation to expend up to $398,000 in settlement, sir.
Okay, let's prepare to vote on that item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 1 no.
That brings us where?
That brings council to items called special, general public comment, or presentation, sir.
All right. Okay, we'll do 2 quick public comment cards. We'll call up Robert Gansner, Thomas Foe. Please come forward.
Thank you. Okay.
And Jacqueline Richardson as well. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My item is not on the agenda. That's why I did a public comment. I rent 3 bedrooms and a granny flat in my house I've lived in for 20 years. I've had both short-term and long-term tenants depending on each person's need and my relationships with them. It's my only source of income. It's not a boarding house as Matthew Glesney and the people at the planning department would have you believe. It's my home. I live there. These are my roommates. The restrictions limiting me to renting only 1 bedroom at a time is completely overreaching by the government into my home. I would just mainly like to thank the council members O'Farrell, Lee, Bond, and Cedillo, and Mr. Harris Dawson. You guys have listened with compassion and understand there's a difference between corporate landowners behaving badly and individual homeowners who are just trying to pay their bills and stay in Los Angeles. If it wasn't for Airbnb's trust and safety turning a blind eye while these big corporate landowners were doing all these horrible things, we wouldn't be in this situation. So maybe they should be really being punished and not people like myself. Thank you.
Miss Richardson? And Thomas, are you here? Miss Richardson?
About 3 years ago, I started looking for a new apartment. I visited about 7 different places. They say it's $3,000, and automatically I just cut myself off. I felt very, very bad about it. Even your employees that make good salaries, your good clerks and your good typists, so on, they can't afford a $3,000 apartment fee. It's entirely too much. Another subject is about the homeless. In this chamber, not too far back, someone came before you and said some of the homeless in Los Angeles are not American citizens. Some of them come from other nations. They might have said that so fast that you didn't catch it. They are not American citizens, and I'm sure you didn't catch it because they said it real fast.
Thank you. Danny Farrell, please come forward. General public comment.
Hi, my name is Danny Farrell. I'm a member of HALA. The Council on Planning seem to be laying all the blame for the shortage of affordable housing at the feet of short-term rentals, while at the same time allowing 25,000 units of RSO housing to be removed. Planning just fast-tracked the conversion of Whitley Apartments in Hollywood to a mini hotel without doing an EIR and removed 40 units of RSO housing from the market, displacing 100 tenants. Delay on mom-and-pop hosts, start enforcing on commercial operators. Also, a lot of us hosts would like to help some of the victims of the fires, but without being able to host, our hands are tied. Please delay that.
Thank you. We'll continue general public comment. This time, I'd like to call on Council President Wesson for a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I'm going to have Mr. Koretz start this off for us.
Well, thank you, Council President Wesson, and thank you, members. I'm thrilled to join today in honoring Jewish Family Service of Los Angeles and 3 true mensches of our community. These 3 individuals who have contributed not just their money, which is always important, but also their time, dedication, and leadership, have helped to ensure that the most vulnerable in our community, including Holocaust survivors, seniors living in poverty, and victims of domestic violence, can access the resources that they desperately need. Through their stewardship, Jewish Family Service just this week will place their last steel beam on its incredible new flagship service center the JFS Gunther Hirsch Family Center, and it will be the first time that those benefiting from JFF's programs will be able to access the entirety of services under one roof, as well as the staff leadership. I'm proud that this facility is rising in Council District 5 in the Beverly Fairfax area, and I look forward to the continued and improved assistance JFS will provide to those who need it most in our community. So I thank Dina, Eileen, and David for your leadership in making this remarkable facility a reality, and Mazel Tov to the Jewish Family Service of Los Angeles. And I also want to thank Nancy Volpert for providing leadership in making this project happen as well. Thank you so much.
Let's give them a round of applause. You know, this great organization has been in existence since, I want to say, 1854 or 18...
It's a little while.
Yeah, it is the oldest charitable organization in the city of Los Angeles. And today, it services individuals of all walks of life, regardless of what you look like or where you come from. It's about providing service. It's about healing. And it has been an honor to be a friend and a supporter of Jewish Family Services for many years. I had the opportunity to partner with Mr. Koretz to try to help this new facility be built, which will double its size, its capacity, and give them the opportunity to service even more individuals from our community. It is my understanding we do have Mr. President, a brief video to show. Now, I'm keying up the video.
Is the video? Let's cue the video.
Then let's go. Let's give him a round of applause. Wouldn't it?
And just for the record, it was that easy to get it built.
I wish we could build everything that quickly, Mr. Koretz. We would be in pretty good shape. I had an opportunity not too long ago to go to Cafe Europa, which a group of Holocaust survivors, and we had a really good back and forth, and it just amazes me that this group of individuals who was subjected to so much hell don't focus on the past, they focus on the future and helping others. So I think I'm a better person for having a dialogue with them. it's important that we recognize organizations and people that spend a considerable amount of time of their life trying to make things better for others. And this Gunther Hirsch Family Center, I think, will be the focal point of services that will assist a lot of people in this great city. But I think Mr. Koretz indicated that today we wanted to highlight 3 people. So if I could get Dina, Eileen, and David to come up. And David, I understand that you're going to be the spokesperson for this group. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give this organization, Jewish Family Services, a real round of applause. Welcome them, thank them. And I'm going to have that. We also have other special guests with us. So David, I'm going to put that responsibility on you as well to make sure that you present to us all of the people that are here that had a hand in creating this facility and also providing services to the community. And I do want to say to Mr. Koretz and his office that I always have enjoyed working with you, but this project was truly a labor of love. Okay, let's give it up for David Levine.
Thank you. Thank you. On behalf of Dina, Eileen, and myself, I'm very pleased to accept this very special recognition from the Los Angeles City Council, and in particular from our good friends and supporters, Council President Wesson and Council Member Koretz. As you've heard, Jewish Family Services, Los Angeles' oldest charity organization, and we are proud of our ongoing partnership with the city that is our home. Jewish Family Services' ability to continue our 165 years of dedicated service to the most vulnerable in our community will be enhanced by this marvelous new building. The Jewish Family Service Gunther Hirsch Family Center will be as innovative and as strong as the organization that is building it. It will help us better integrate our services, expand and strengthen our reach within the greater Los Angeles community, consolidate our extensive array of programs, and increase our efficiency. This means that more time, energy, and resources will be directed exactly where they belong, supporting and giving dignity to the lives of our neighbors and community members in need. This new building will house the Hirsch Family Cafe, mental health services, support services for survivors of the Holocaust, counseling for victims of intimate partner violence, JFS Care in-home services, an expansion of our older adult health and wellness center, and a central administrative headquarters for Jewish Family Service. Many of these services, which support people in a number of the council districts here today, would not be possible without our ongoing partnership with the City of Los Angeles through the Department of Aging, the Housing and Community Investment Department, and other agencies. We're delighted to work with each and every one of you in providing services to the most vulnerable in your communities. This week, we have reached an important milestone in this project, topping off the building structure and signing the final steel beam that will be installed shortly. It is a moment worthy of recognition. Eileen, Dina, and I share with all of you our immense pride in what we, the entire Jewish Family Service family, have accomplished. The 3 of us stand here today on the shoulders of so many, 140 donor families, Jewish Family Service board members, Jewish Family Service staff, and of course our partnership with all of you. Special thanks goes to Nancy Volpert, who many of you know, who has helped us shepherd this project through the city process. No building gets built without the support of our local elected officials, Mayor Garcetti, Council President Wesson, Council Member Koretz, and many of you that are around this horseshoe today. You have helped us in many ways, big and small. We are also grateful to have received a City of Los Angeles Community Development Block Grant for this project, specifically to modernize the Senior Center. The construction of this center does not mark the beginning, nor does it constitute an end in itself. In every generation, or Lador Vador, as we say, we promise to continue the important work of Jewish family service to overcome the poverty, hunger, discrimination, loneliness, and lack of dignity which so many of the most vulnerable in our community face every day. Thank you again, each and every one of you, for your partnership and support. Thank you, Council President Wesson. Thank you, Councilmember Koretz. We look forward to continuing this legacy of service and commitment to the city of Los Angeles in the decades ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Wesson, I have one member on the queue, Mr. Rue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Council President Wesson and Councilman Paul Koretz for bringing Jewish Family Service to City Hall. Just want to thank you for not just being the first philanthropic and social service organization in Los Angeles, but all of the services you've provided all throughout the city, the county of Los Angeles for years and decades. And I just want to make one clarification, Councilmember Koretz. While Jewish Family Service has been serving the entire city, their new headquarters is now going to be in Council District 4, which we're very excited about, and we're very welcoming. But like mentioned before, Jewish Family Service doesn't just look at boundaries, it crosses boundaries. Whether you're a resident of District 4, District 5, or an Angelino in Los Angeles, they've been serving all. So I thank you for everything you've done. Very excited for your headquarters to be in District 4. We welcome you with open arms, and thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, Mr. Rue. Back to you.
Paul, you want to present the...
I should also just make sure that all of you know that here Eli Weitzer is the CEO of Jewish Family Service. Susie Foraderi is our number 2. You've met Nancy Volpert, and there are the spouses of Eileen Dean and I are also here this morning. We're all delighted to be here.
Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, come on. Well, let's act like we like each other.
That's easy. Thank you.
And right by me. Okay, let's
you.
All right, I'm going to lead them to follow Mr. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. Madam Clerk, I think you have an announcement on an item that we took earlier.
Yes, Mr. President. For the record, for item number 16, Councilmember Lee wished to vote no. This does not change the outcome, sir.
Okay, without objection. With that, I'd like to turn back to general public comment. Lynn Moses, please come forward. You'll be given 1 minute to speak, followed by Eric Previn. Is Lynn here? Mr. Previn, please make your way up. And then Jabari Jermaine, please come forward as well. Mr. Moses? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, sir. My comments are on behalf of the AFIBA Center in Los Angeles. The black community has no representation. These people, Mr. Wesson, especially Mr. Dawson, sitting there trying to avoid attention. The AFIBA Center has Black Health Collective, economic workshops, relationship workshops. The Jewish Community Center, that's wonderful. They have wonderful representation. Mr. Dawson represents himself. He is a blight and a threat to the black community. Trying to destroy Dorset Village, 206 households with his Dorset Village project. Trying to destroy the AFIBA Center. Good luck. There will be no white corporate vendors on Crenshaw Boulevard.
Thank you. Mr. Previn, please come forward. Jabari, please come forward. He'll be speaking after Mr. Previn.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn speaking here in the general public comment, which is unusual because I won't be able to circle back on what Mr. Krikorian is going to announce at the Youth Justice Coalition. I'm concerned that Council President Wesson, who's running for Supervisorial District 2, is publishing meetings where there's no items for the public to address except for the minimum. He's sticking things up in committee and doing so in a stack would makes it very difficult. And the reason why I bring it up is because I think it's totally inappropriate during this campaign time when, Paul Koretz's CD5 is jumping up and then David Rue, who's raised over $1 million practically for his campaign, and Krikorian is taking bundling from developers, and Marquise Harris Dawson is just shoveling in suitcases full of donations for his campaign where he's virtually unchallenged. And I got to tell you something, it smells to high heaven. And so I ask this body to listen to the people and stop listening to, the big corporate. Connie Llanos, she goes to work for the mayor, to Airbnb, back to LADOT this week or last month. Outrageous. It's a revolving door. We need to clean it up.
Mr. Previn, stay put. You pulled item number 18. You want to speak on item 18, Eric? Please come forward. I'll give you 1 minute on item 18, the closed session item.
Right, thank you. You didn't announce the proposed settlement or action. Do you have one?
Has been one. After we take your comment, we'll announce it.
Oh, okay. So this is gang injunction time. This is where LAPD, you got a couple you settled with LAPD. You didn't vote for the whistleblower one because you like to keep things a little blue on the inside. But this is one where, young people of color throughout Los Angeles were being curfewed at a certain time. It's an unbelievable kind of activity to action to take by the law enforcement. And this is a long-term lawsuit, and I can't keep track because you don't tell us what you're going to do, but you're doing something. You're probably topping off some of the lawyers, which is another one of my big peeves. This place, we have an infestation of attorneys in this place. And Councilmember Krikorian, who is our fearless leader, is working for Herb Wesson as the lawyer. It's just, this place needs a top-to-bottom cleaning out, okay? We need a cleaning out. You familiar with that? Like a snake in the line. We need to make sure that the public's business is being...
Thank you. Okay, Jermaine, please come forward on general public comment.
Greetings, Council. My name is Jabari Jamani. I'm the director of the Afiba Center in South Los Angeles. I once again would like to thank the Council for taking the bold action to stop the serving of unnecessary eviction notices like the one we received at the Afiba Center. We received an eviction notice by our councilperson, Marquise Harris Dawson, and no reason whatsoever is listed on it. But we know it's retaliatory based on speaking out against the gentrifying effects in the South Los Angeles and Crenshaw area. We will continue to speak out on those gentrifying effects and elements. And we've questioned some of the adverse impact of Destination Crenshaw. We will continue to speak out on those issues. Thank you once again for taking the bold actions which support our ability to speak out.
Thank you. Okay, we are will now close and end general public comment with that. Item number 12 was held by Mr. Koretz, but I believe his answers have been okay. We're good. So we're okay to move on item number 12. Oh, Mr. Koretz, we're still okay. We're good. His questions have been answered on item 12. So members, let's now take item number 12. Item 12 is now before us. Let us open. Oh, Ms. Rodriguez. Sorry. Okay. Can we make sure we have Ms. Rodriguez's mic on? Okay. Anyone from the planning department here? Please come forward. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I just had a question about just if you could frame for me exactly what the enforcement mechanism is going to be to assure that the owner occupied is in fact the property that is going to be covered under this revision.
Thank you. Good morning. Callie Hardy with Department of City Planning. So I think
That's something that we would be developing with the housing department to ensure that the unit that would be used is an owner-occupied unit subject to the rent stabilization ordinance. I think it would be done in close collaboration with the housing department. Yeah.
So then the housing department would be the enforcing agency, the HCID would be the enforcing agency to assure that in fact those properties are owner occupied and not being, having RSO units put into a system that right now we frankly don't even have the mechanisms for enforcing. So I just want to be clear, so HCID is going to be taking on that responsibility for managing the enforcement of that part of this policy?
It would be something done in collaboration between the two departments, I believe. So using their database of rent stabilized units and units that are claiming the owner occupancy exemption, I think we would be using that data set with that.
So in terms of determining what that would look like, we don't have an enforcement mechanism in place to assure that in fact that won't be abused. But at what point will the department be coming forward with a policy and a protocol for what that would look like?
I think that's something that we would be developing as part of this amendment.
Okay, because I'll be honest with you, my concern is that we're adopting a policy without an enforcement mechanism, and to me it's concerning. It's much like everything else that we can potentially talk about, because our problem isn't with the people that are willing to comply with the policy adoptions. It's the people that are not willing to comply with our policy adoption. So, colleagues, I have some concerns about this as it relates to RSO units when we talk about everything that we're doing to protect the interests of rent-stabilized units. I just have a concern about, again, it's never about the people that are willing to participate above board. It's my concern with the people that aren't willing to participate honorably in the processes. Okay.
Maybe I would just add one other thing. It's my understanding that the action that's before the council today is not that amendment, but it's a direction for the department to work with city attorney on that amendment.
Okay.
So we'll certainly look
well,
at that.
then I'd like to include a report back that in 30 days that we request what the enforcement actions would look like to complement and accompany this possible amendment. Okay. Thank you.
Do I have a second on that report back request?
Do I have a second?
I'll second it. Okay.
Second, Bob.
Who's that, Bob?
Yeah.
Mr. Bloomfield, thank you. Okay, on that 30-day report back. Mr. Lee?
In the planning, in Plum Committee, we asked the planning department to take a look at the unintended consequences of if I understand right, if I'm a homeowner and I have a secondary unit, that secondary unit automatically makes both units an RSO, even though I am the primary resident in that first house, or if I live in the secondary unit. I understand the council's motion is to sort of fix that. I mean, do we have a report back coming as far as doing that citywide? If I'm a owner, I'm not taking anything off of the market. I'm just allowing another room within my own primary residence to make that a second.
Arthur Barber, Planning Department. Arthur Barber, Planning Department. My understanding is that this motion would address that issue of whether a single-family home that has a new ADU that was constructed and kicks the whole parcel into rent stabilization, the owner-occupied unit, the single-family home, would be able to engage in home sharing if the ordinance is amended to do this per the motion.
Okay, so this is not just a pilot project in CD13.
My understanding is that it's been amended to be applicable citywide.
Okay.
So it's not just a pilot any longer than 13.
Thank you. Please hold the applause. We want to get through the item here. Mr. Cedillo.
Well, only in response to my colleague, Mr. Lee, is that what that is called is a legal fiction. That in fact it's not an RSO, it's a owner-occupied building, particularly those that aren't before, and so we've just deemed it to be an RSO. It's just something that we made up, a pure legal fiction. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm happy that the motion now addresses it with respect to owner-occupied, but there's more work to do. I mean, the fact of the matter is we simply, the proponents of this proposal have been very successful in vilifying a large group of people who are struggling to survive. This...
Please hold the applause.
This fiction is well stated. You're owner-occupied, and you were called an RSO, and then your other unit, which you're adding to the market, is now considered taking away from the market. I mean, these are fictions. This is not founded in reality. When we've seen not dozens, but large parts of the population of people who are struggling. And there's a certain reality of demographics and aging population and parents returning and millennials not leaving and a whole range of factors that are impacting family households and neighborhoods in our city. And we're putting them under the broad brush of people who are exploiting circumstances. And they're not the same. And so there's a need for us to be nuanced. There's a need for us to exercise discretion. There's a need for us to design a policy that encompasses every reality and not just those that threaten the hotel industry. That is not the only value. That is not the only value that's important here. And so this is a first step, and I appreciate it. And with Mr. Lee, I agree that it should be citywide, but I think that we have to move forward, but also look as we go forward as ways to address many of the nuances that have been raised to our body. Thank you.
Okay, let's please, hold the applause, please. We want to get to the item. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. President. We're having this weird discussion where I'm not sure everybody has a common understanding of what we're talking about. Mr. Blumenfield, who made the motion, is on the queue after me, so I think he'll explain some of the intent. I want to understand how you interpret this. So I'm going to give a very specific example, which I hope will clarify things. I own a property that is a fourplex. It was built in 1972, so it's subject to RSO. Under your understanding of this motion, are all 4 units exempt from the home sharing ordinance, or just the one that I live in?
My understanding, Arthi Varma, Department of City Planning, is just the owner-occupied unit.
Thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield.
I was going to make that clarification because that's what we discussed in committee when we amended the pilot program, and you made it. So thank you.
Okay, no other speaker on the queue. So with that, let's now take the item. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That's approved as amended. Thank you. Okay, with that. Mr. Krikorian, on the closed session item, we want to convene in closed session, sir?
So we waived this from committee, so I can't give a recommendation on this, Mr. President, but I think from my review of this, we can consider the attorney's fees recommendations in that settlement in open session.
We have the Deputy City Attorneys here on item 18. We're okay with taking this in open session? So, Mr. Krikorian, it seems like we have to get direction from, so we'll do so in closed session. So we'll still hold item number 18 on the desk. We'll hold it.
It's up to them.
We'll hold that. Okay, so what we'll do, members, we'll now recess the regular scheduled meeting and turn to the special meeting. If you can call the roll, please.
Blumenfield, Bonin, Buscaino, Cedillo, Harris Dawson, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Lee, Martinez, O'Farrell, Price, Rodriguez, Rue, Wesson. 15 members and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. So with that, we have public comment on the special.
Yes, let me read the items, sir.
Please.
Items 19 and 20 are items which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration, sir. And there are cards on 19 as well as 20.
Okay, let's take cards on item number 19. Dagan Bayless, please come forward, followed by Sherry Sevier. When you hear your name called, please come forward to the podium. Dagan, Sherry Sevier, Dagan Bayless, Beverly Roberts. Mr. Bayless, is it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Good morning. My name is Dagan Bayless. I'm the Director of Organizing with SAGE, Strategic Actions for a Just Economy. And we have a tenant clinic where we provide homelessness prevention services to 500 low-income renter families every year. The people in our constituency are overwhelmingly severely rent-burdened, meaning that they have to sacrifice basic necessities for themselves and for their families.
Can you hold this time, please? We need to have some order in the chambers, please. We are holding a public comment here on this item, so please, if you're making your way out of the chambers, please do so quietly. Thank you. Continue.
So many of the people that are in our constituency are extremely vulnerable to being displaced even by small rent increases. Oftentimes, only a $50, $100 rent increase is enough to force them either to live on the streets or to leave their community entirely. Therefore, on behalf of our constituents, SAGE strongly supports the Emergency Renters Relief Initiative, and we urge the Council and HSID to move as quickly as possible to put this into effect and to ensure that it provides support to as many tenants as possible, including those who receive Section 8 vouchers. Thank you.
Thank you. Here's Cherie Sevier. Cherie, followed by Beverly Roberts.
Hello. Hello. I want to say thank you so much for moving so fast on the moratorium. And also, I am a Section 8 tenant, and I want to know where we going to be included in the, what is it called? In the bill that's being written for rent relief. Will Section 8, will it also cover Section 8 for the city attorney?
Beverly Roberts.
Greetings, everyone, and I want to congratulate all of you for moving so fast on the rent control, because in all my years I've been coming down here, I've never seen you move so fast for the rent control. But I'm here to talk about Section 8. I'm a landlord, a small landlord, and I think we need to move on this order very fast, because I feel that my renter, who's been with me for 7 years and never missed a payment, and it keeps me paying my mortgage. So what I'm saying is, you need to move on this fast, because I don't know nothing about homeless. I don't want to know, but I will help those people. So what I'm saying to you, you need to move on this expediently and quick. You understand me?
Thank you, ma'am. Is there an Olga Ford? Please come forward. Olga Ford, followed by Lynn Moses. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here to thank you all that we got the moratorium passed, but at the same time, we asking you all if you could please move on this fast, because the 10th of December, I will be out in the street, and I cannot go out in the street, because I have a granddaughter, great-granddaughter, and I cannot go, and I'm sick, So please pass this so we can know when we can get the increase, so we can pay our rent on the 1st. We need that very quickly. And we appreciate everything you all done for us. Thank you very much. And may God continue to bless you all, that you all have the strength to fight for everybody else who needs it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moses, please come forward, followed by Eric Previn.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. It breaks my heart to see, to just walk into this building. You have to walk over the homeless to get inside here. I've lived here all my life. I love the people of Los Angeles. I love my people. I love all people. But you people are responsible for people sleeping in the streets. All these items you bring forth, these presentations, they're real nice, but you're responsible. Herb Wesson, during his tenure, has increased homelessness 75%. Marquise Dawson wants to evict everybody. He does not represent our community.
Thank you. Eric Previn, please come forward, followed by Sylvia Marroquin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, and obviously this is a special meeting, which I appreciate. That's 24 hours notice. But when the public is informed with only 24 hours notice, as you know, you're required to take comments on all of the items that are on the agenda, which is why I draw attention to the labeling crisis that you seem to be engaged in. Why are there two confusing directives at the beginning of this agenda? Now, jumping to the merits, Section 8 vouchers are floating around, and there are various landlords that don't take them. It's a real crisis. And I also want to emphasize that we have an absolute stack of individuals who are lining up to get on Section. I mean, what kind of craziness is this? And whereas I do appreciate that Krikorian would like to get into the closed session to top off the lawyers on item 18, what kind of craziness is that? Why has that gone on so long? Why do these lawsuits about retaliation and whistleblower activity?
Thank you. Sylvia, please come forward. Wayne, please come forward. Go ahead, Sylvia.
Yes, good morning. My name is Sylvia Marroquin. I'm a community organizer with SAGE. I've seen countless of people coming into our doors, and I see people on the streets, and I talk to people in our communities, and I know that the rent burden is real, it's there. There's people that right now they have lost their homes for 6 months, and they're renting out of a hotel, and they cannot find anything that's affordable for them. We have people that are dying on the streets. We have people that cannot afford food. They go on ramen soups day and night. I mean, 1 meal a day because they cannot afford. They have 5 members of their families working full-time jobs, and they still cannot pay for those rents. So thank you for passing the...
Thank you. Wayne, come on up.
So yes, I'm the first to say so. Nuri, you big fat cunt, you're doing a good job on this item.
Stick to the item. That's your last
it's
warning,
It's absolutely very, very good what you're doing. And of course, Gil, You didn't know about the $3 million gift until last night when I called your office, but see,
You're off
that's
topic.
what
Okay,
happens.
you just forfeited your time.
Wait. There's $3 million on
Continue.
Give me back my goddamn time. Put my time back on.
Give him 10 more seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, put my fucking time, you Italian
We
prick.
just said we'd give you 10
okay?
more seconds.
So this
Continue.
$3 million fucking gift, Gil didn't know about it. You snuck it past Gil. You didn't put it in his housing committee. He's got to find out about it like 8 hours ago. That's right. So that's why we cannot trust her, but I always trust a big fat cunt. Thank you.
Herman, come on up, followed by Antonio Ramirez. Is Antonio here? Please come forward.
$3 million, it breaks my heart. $3 million, and it breaks my heart.
Mr. Herman, face the council.
202-275-9200. Please, Department of Justice. Southern California Housing Rights Center is fucked up. Short notice of what? The department under LASA's relative to request authority to allocate funding for emergency revenue relief. It breaks my heart. I don't want to offend you with my mask, but yes, as a creature of habit, with my flabby arms and my big fat mouth, 42 U.S.C. 1983, on behalf of public and my breaking heart, fuck you!
Don't scream into the mic, Herman.
Mr. Herman, you've been warned repeatedly about screaming in the mic. If you do it again, we're going to cut your time.
Thank you. Antonia,
Thank
followed
you.
by Greenspan. Please come forward.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are asking the Department of Justice and the Trump administration, whom I admire and revere so very much, not to give $3 million or allocate any funding to the city of Los Angeles nor the county. We who are homeless on the streets have had no public safety. I can't believe how people, especially the Buscaínos and all these dirty Democrats and shitty Republicans, have not helped us in when we've been attacked by niggers, wetbacks, and gangbangers, and lesbos, fags, and trannies. When does public safety begin, or where does it begin? Does it begin in Beverly Hills, Century City?
hold her
Yes,
time,
public
please.
comment says $3 million is
Speak to the item,
allocated for
Antonia.
public safety.
Mr. Ramirez, you're off topic. Get back onto the topic, please.
Shelters don't work. What we want is permanent, structured homes. It's a waste of money. It's fraud, waste, and abuse. Put it where it rightfully needs. We are under siege. Public safety is a priority. And then homelessness. But first, we need to boot the fucking wetbacks and gangbangers out of here. Deport them. God bless America.
Greenspan, please come forward. Is there a Greenspan in the audience? Last call. Greenspan. Okay, so with that, we have members on the queue. I'm sorry?
Is
We have
public
members-
comment closed on this item, Mr. President?
We'll close public comment on this item. Ms. Martinez.
Mr. President, for the record, there's amending motion that's been posted and circulated and before council for number 19. Recommendation number 3A, the department number should be 43 instead of 74, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez, would you like to speak on this item?
Mr. Sachs, you didn't sign up for 19. Well, it's not on the queue. You signed up for item 20.
We'll take item 20 next. Ms. Martinez.
Thank you very
Hold on, Neri. Can we,
Mr. Sachs,
please-
you're disrupting the meeting. Mr. Sachs, you're disrupting the meeting.
Okay, Mr. Sachs, that's your last warning. Do not disrupt this meeting. Sergeants, if we can have a quiet in the chambers, please. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues, for your assistance in creating a stopgaps for protecting our renters who are being targeted by unscrupulous landlords as a result of AB 1482, which does not go into effect until January 1st. I think AB 1482, for the most part, is a good law. Unfortunately, lawmakers should have made this law go into effect the very day that the governor signed it into law, which was October 8th. And now what is happening is that unscrupulous landlords are increasing people's rents, and people are finding themselves in a situation where they can possibly lose their home as a result of that. Last week, we approved a ban on no-fault evictions, thanks to Mr. O'Farrell and Mr. Curran Price. But we want to also, we have another group of people that would actually like to help as well. So I've asked the city attorney if there is any way we can go around Contra Costa and to enact a rent freeze moratorium, and unfortunately the answer was no. But that should not stop us from being able to help people. And the Emergency Renters Assistance Program does just that. Members, when there is an emergency in the city, whether it's due to these fires or an earthquake or floods, we usually triage the emergency and we set up emergency shelters for people to be able to get assistance. When we have an emergency such as the one that we have now, where people are being gouged, literally they're having increases of 25, 50% of their rent. To me, that should be an emergency that we should be able to triage. We have absolutely nothing in place to protect people from losing their homes. You know, I read the article by Brittany Mejia in the LA Times on Monday, and it talked about immigrant workers, housekeepers and gardeners who were actually going to work and going into the fires because they're so desperate to work, because these people are living paycheck to paycheck. In Van Nuys, I have a building with 25 units. Every single one of those families received an eviction notice for rent increase. Every single of those families have to figure out how they're going to make up the difference in order for them to either stay there or move out. Those families will either end up on the sidewalk, living in their cars, or living in a motel as a result of this unscrupulous landlord who increased their rent and wants to evict 25 people in Van Nuys. Members, this is an emergency. It's an emergency of good people who are doing the best they can just to make ends meet and be able to stay in their apartments. We need to do something about this, and this is why we are enacting our Emergency Renters Relief Program. And essentially, what we're doing is providing temporary rent subsidy for renters who receive a rent increase and are in the process of being evicted, but are still living in their homes. We want to ensure that we are helping them with that gap. If their rent was increased prior to October 1st, we want to ensure that these folks do not lose their homes. And this program will go into effect immediately until December 31st, and making sure that these people stay in their homes. Members, I also want to thank Mr. Koretz. Thank you very much, sir, for seconding, being a co-author on our amending motion to secure the money to be able to make this program happen. I also want to thank our Chair of Budget and Finance, Mr. Krikorian. Thank you very much for helping us in this process as well. And members, I ask for an aye vote to ensure that the good people of Los Angeles do not find themselves on the streets as a result of unscrupulous landlords who just want to increase your rent because they can't, because they know that this law is going to go into effect on January 1st. So I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. Martinez, for this motion. I think it's very appropriate. The reason we originally created the fund that was originally called Right to Counsel and has been renamed for eviction defense is because when people get evicted because of Costa-Hawkins, there literally will never be another reasonably priced unit available through market forces in the city of Los Angeles. So if people are evicted, many of them wind up on the streets. And in this case, it's more of an emergency because you have a group of people that some of the greedier landlords have targeted and have given constructive evictions. They've, in reality, when you give a 300% increase and someone that's paying $1,000 a month could be paying $4,000 a month, that is an eviction. It's just by another name. And this would allow people to have the ability to defend themselves. And so with a couple $1 million, we hope that this will be able to provide defenses to hundreds of people and keep them from winding up out on the street. And so I think this is an excellent use for the fund. We hadn't really worked through how we were going to use it overall. This is the perfect targeted audience because so many folks will wind up on the street homeless. We don't want to see it. We can't allow this to happen. And so thank you, Ms. Martinez, for making this motion and moving this forward.
Thank you. Mr. Cedillo.
Let me rise in favor of the policy that suggests that under certain circumstances that it's appropriate to utilize rent subsidies. That this policy here is in fact an emergency policy, and the result of that is that we will maintain the status quo. There are 2 points to that. Maintaining the status quo is particularly significant for those tenants who are faced with unscrupulous landlords. On the other hand, maintaining the status quo is simply that. We are not building additional housing, and we must do that. I think it's important to note that in general, most landlords don't engage in this type of activity in general, but there are enough and sufficient specific examples where people, landlords, do engage in this activity, as we talked about this before last week. Landlords who were tracking and their attorneys who were tracking proposals like AB 1482 and others, looking for opportunities, taking advantage of these loopholes so that they could exploit these conditions and circumstances and place people in the most vulnerable circumstances. I want to note that, for example, I know this works because we've utilized this experience at Hillside Villas, where we were able to take resources from the city to subsidize the rent of the tenants, not just for now, but for the next 10 years. Unfortunately, the landlord, the owner, and his attorney at Hillside Villas thought that they could do better, that they could leverage us, exploit the circumstance, and reneged on the deal. We've also done something similar at La Posada in my district, saving 60 units of affordable housing, and then also at Metro Lofts in Chinatown, where a development across the street is subsidizing the rent for the next 10 years, and the rent increases for the next 10 years for 123 units of affordable housing across the street for about 300 residents, mostly seniors, in Chinatown. And so there's more than sufficient basis to support this for the emergency. But I want to note and close with this, that it's also very important for us to promote housing, to support the development of housing. I want to give you a particular case in point. There's a place called Las Casitas in my district, a development that's being proposed. At this point, it will have 35 very low-income units of housing. In this crisis, that is not the solution in total, but every number, every increment adds to the solution, and we should value that. It's at the end of 100 acres of green space. It's adjacent to the river. The development will clean the soil, and they make sure that it's clean so that the water can flow and it'll be clean. And yet, it's being opposed at this very moment. Mr. O'Farrell, I want to talk to you directly. Your staff was there this weekend opposing this project. And while I appreciate their First Amendment rights, I think you, as the champion, the homeless, those who need housing, would want to rethink that position. This is in my district. It is only 35 units, but it may be more. And these are the types of developments that we must do. As you said, this is the issue, and that we must do throughout the entirety of the city. And so while this is a very, very timely and important proposal, and I thank my colleague for that. It, at the end of the day, only maintains the status quo till December 31st. And we must go forward as a council to make sure that we do all that we can to build housing in this city, that we recognize that housing is imperative, that it's our duty, our obligation, and we must go forward to build that. So with that, I ask for your support of this proposal. I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to rise in full support of this very important legislation, and I'm so very thankful to Councilwoman Martinez for championing this effort. You know, as stated before, last week we passed a moratorium on no-fault evictions, but this week is just as important, if not more important, because we all know extreme rent hikes are just another name for evictions. And we all live in a city where half of our renters are rent burdened, and over a third are severely rent burdened. Many residents don't have the luxury of waiting for the rent cap to take effect on January 1st. They're feeling the impact now. They're facing extreme rent increases now. And they're facing the real possibility that in a few months they won't have a place to live. That's why we must act quickly and decisively. We must do everything that we can to keep renters in their homes. And I'm so glad to see that this program was introduced and developed by Councilwoman Martinez along with several of my colleagues, and I give it my wholehearted and urgent support.
Thank you, Mr. Rue. Mr. Blumenfield.
I rise in support of this and thank my colleagues for bringing this forward. I also want to make sure folks who are listening to this know that under state law, from now moving forward, landlords cannot raise your rent more than 10%. Under the state law, you need to have 60 days notice. 60 days notice takes us to January 1st. January 1st is when the 5% rule kicks in. So if there's any landlord trying to raise a rent above 10%, they cannot do that starting today because of the 60-day notice issue and then when it kicks in. So what this measure in front of us is dealing with is those unscrupulous landlords who have already done that, who did it when the measure passed and up until this month. And we need to do something. The sad part, it bugs me because the unscrupulous landlords are going to get extra money and the ones who didn't do it aren't. And then it all resets in January. So the sad reality is we've got to do this because we need to keep people in their homes. But unfortunately, it's the bad actors are getting rewarded. They legally were able to do this, and so that's why we have to take these kind of measures. But it's not right, and we need to keep our eye on that and remember that we are doing this to help those renters who we want to keep in place. It is shameful when landlords have raised their rent with these extreme rent hikes because they could. It all resets in January. Thank goodness, under the state law. I wish the state law had been written a little differently so we didn't have this gap, but this is where we're at, and this measure will help us deal with real people and keep them in their homes. So thank you for bringing it forward, and I urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Mr. O'Farrell.
I just want to also rise in support of this. It's a great companion initiative to get the universe of renters that is relatively small when you take the overall context of the hundreds of thousands of units, but nonetheless are so greatly impacted right during the holidays. This is going to help a lot of families weather through the storm of the next couple of months so that in January, those rents revert back to the March rent prices plus the 5% allowable through 1482, and then, of course, the additional 4% option based on CPI. So at least we've been able to get our arms around this issue as a council, and I think this is a really great companion piece that will help that universe of renters who are going to be so negatively impacted by this. So I also urge an aye vote. And Mr. Cedillo, since you rose to talk about something unrelated to this entirely, I just have to respond. Your staff was also there and answered questions and conveyed that was part of a beginning of a conversation. that's exactly how I feel about it as well. So it kind of takes a lot of gall for you to stand up and make something accusatory when just a month ago you stood here and fell on the sword against a permanent supportive housing project in my district on an underutilized city lot. So just keep that in mind when you rise to make some sort of accusation in public. You want to keep things in context. That would be my recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With that, thank you. Item number 19, amendment has been circulated, so let's take item number 19. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That's approved as amended. Thank you. Let's now take, continuing the special. Item 20, right? Let us take item 20 now. Item 20 is now before us, and we have speakers. Lynn Moses, please come forward on item 20, followed by Eric Previn. Is Mr. Moses still here in chambers? Okay, I don't see him. Eric Previn, Antonio Ramirez, please come forward. Herman, please come forward. You'll be given all 1 minute each to speak on item 20 in the special. Is Antonio still here? Please come forward, Antonio.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City. This is in Mr. O'Farrell's district, who was, is this microphone on? Buscani, are you just going, no mic? No mic? Appreciate that. Okay. You want to restore my time or not really?
Continue.
Well, thank you, Mr. Buscaino. I
Go ahead,
appreciate
thank
your
you.
perky little help there. What a dick. Let me just say this, that when you have a final tract map, it's nice to have it on an agenda, but when it's on a special meeting agenda and there's all sorts of kabuki theater going on, it makes us wonder. I didn't have a chance to really look in closely to this one, but I will say that in my district, we had a land use item that came before the neighborhood council where I was very concerned that Krikorian's longtime friend, Lisa Karajian, was kind of presiding over it and representing the project. Now the question is, what is it? It's on Arch Drive. It's 106 units, of which just about 10 are affordable, but they're $2,500 studios, and they have about 100+ cars right at a choke point. So, you know, it sort of sailed through neighborhood council because Karajian was banging the stick. But I'm going to follow up on that item. And these final track maps that, you know, cost 15 grand, and then a lot of backdoor Caro Tarosian activity takes place. And then all of a sudden you got something that who the hell knows what it is. Not cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Antonio Ramirez, followed by Herman. Herman, make your way up.
Since these final maps are very costly, what we suggest is if you're going to have these final maps and the city taxpayers are paying for this, what you should do is have every goddamn gangbanger, wetback, and nigger, and white trash, and all the junkies listed on those final maps so good people do not end up living next to or in back of or in front of all around next to these criminal, predatory felons. I think, again, public safety, council members, public safety. Monica Rodriguez is a shit when it comes to public safety. So is Joe Buscaino. Again, public safety. Notify the good
Antonia,
residents.
hold on. Stop her time, please.
Mr. Herman, you were doing all kinds of antics behind Miss Antonia when she's trying to speak. You've been warned repeatedly. All right?
Okay, the last warning. Go ahead, Antonio.
I'm a barracuda when it comes to public safety. Knowing and how I live on the streets, I don't want people to live the way I do on the streets.
You need to also stick to the item. That's your last warning.
Again, public safety, city attorney, public safety. We need to remove the fucking niggers, gangbangers, wetbacks, and white trash and junkies and lesbos, trannies, and faggots away from good people.
You just forfeited your time. Herman, you're up.
Why such subdivision by the subdivider of the misappropriations by contracts and bonds? William F.A. F-A-H-E-W, BC 710605 for the record regarding 1335 Vine Street. And yes, Mr. Cedillo's right. Why is the champion going against this issue of homeless status quo? I'll tell you why. I'll explain why. Because of those bonds and contracts that were misappropriated to protect people's livelihoods in CD1.
State to the item. We're speaking on item 20 on the special. That's your last
I'm relating
warning.
it to item 20, CD 13, 19-12, 98. For the record, fuck you.
Okay, is there a Greenspan here? Wayne, come on up. State to the item.
That's right. So, yes, looking at this CD 13, and you know that Mitchell O'Farrell, the terrorist, is sitting there trying to build a piece of property on a plat map that is shaped just like a cock. And that's a bad thing. This surveyor, Michael Furlong, that's a good name for a surveyor, Furlong. Yes, sir. He took and designed this for $14,000 fucking dollars, a taxpayer subsidy. And that's right. I blame Eduardo for the fucking thing. It should have been more money to the city. So we're going to start a new tradition. Gil Cedillo will rise from the ashes, and he's going to be teaching that Mitchell O'Farrell a lesson. I say hold this item and prevent it from passing, Mr. Cedillo. Let's begin the civil war for the folks.
Arnold Sachs, please come forward. Okay, I don't see him in the chambers. With that, let us now take item 20. Members, item 20 is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
It's approved.
Mr. President, there's a request to have 19 as well as 20 go forthwith, sir.
Without objection, that'll be the order. Okay, so with that, let us now adjourn the special and take us back to the regular scheduled meeting. What's before us, Madam Clerk?
Mr. President, there are amendments for number 9, A, B, and C, and they have been posted and circulated and before council, sir. And the items that are left are 9 as well as 18, sir.
Okay, let us take public comment on item 9. Is there Elizabeth Hawley? Please come forward. Followed by Nick Burrow.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for your time today, and thank you, Elizabeth Hawley with VICA. Thank you for the conversations you've been having with us over the last few months. Thank you also for the amendments that have been made, especially to Councilmember Lee for his clarification on the good faith estimate of hours. We do still have one major concern about this ordinance, and we're keen to make it work for employers and employees. The complexity of these requirements and the private right of action add up to a recipe for drive-by lawsuits that could cost business thousands even if they didn't actually do anything wrong or made a minor mistake. Imagine every time your staff asks for a day off or to switch days with another staffer or to let you know that they need to arrive half an hour late or a little bit early. Under this ordinance, retailers would need to document every single little change, and if they made a mistake, they would be subject to a lawsuit. The insurance deductible to defend against lawsuits is usually around $25,000 per incident, so even if they didn't do anything wrong, it's cheaper to settle for $5,000. We understand that you may have been told that this is required under state law. That's not our understanding. We ask that you ask counsel outside of council. Thank you.
Nick Burrow, please come forward. Thank you.
Hello, Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Nick Burrow. I'm here on behalf of the California Grocers Association. We believe it's important that Council take a broad view of potential policy options and be inclusive of specific language details when formulating an ordinance. The BCA implementation recommendations represent a sampling of policies, but when taken in whole, do not represent a complete workable ordinance based on our industry's experience. The Council has the advantage of using resources of existing and tested scheduling ordinances from other California jurisdictions. We respectfully ask the Council to include in the motion a preference for consistency with existing California scheduling ordinances. By including the tested efforts of other California cities in ordinance considerations, you will gain the value of real-world impacts and avoid unintended consequences and overregulation, which would unnecessarily overburden both employees and employers. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Wayne Spindler, please come forward, followed by Herman.
Yes, so I support this item. Now, and my other job, which I got from Herb Wesson, thank you so much, I'm a bag boy. See, so what I do is I work at a supermarket, and then I take and I ask you for a paper plastic bag, but a lot of you motherfuckers, you bring those recycled bags, so I don't get my extra money on my fair work week. Yes, I'm here working now. And I think I should get paid the fair work week wages when I'm here at City Hall doing this hard work I'm doing now, advocating and promoting all the agendas. So yes, everybody's for sale. I support it. I'm here working. I say, fuck the fair work week. I won't be paid for speaking now, motherfucker.
Herman, come on up. Greenspan, please come forward. Is there a Greenspan here? No? Justin Orkin, please come forward.
Yes, I've been advocating working for Fair Work Week policies outlined. Compliance and outreach, 54953.2, Section 202 of the ADA. Non-discrimination by work week policy to support Armando M. Herman under management of the BCA's big cunt assholes of Canoga Park Neighborhood Councils. Yes, the impact statement submitted by me for the record reflects a request, economic development report, to negotiate implementing
Mr.
ideas
Herman,
of the Fair Work Week work program recommendations.
Say something.
Prepare
Mr.
ordinance
Herman,
consistent with
please start talking about
October 4th, 2019. Why
Stop.
the fuck is someone keep
Okay.
interrupting me under the Brown Act? I am
And
the
you're off
legislative
topic
body.
again, Mr.
Fuck
Herman.
you.
So, Mr. Herman, you're going to be ejected from this meeting. You have been warned several times today to stay to the item. So if you can cede to the door, if I can have the sergeants
You've been asked
escort
to
Mr.
leave,
Herman
Mr.
out.
Herman. Please go.
Thank you.
And you've been ordered removed now. You're not moving. So I'm sorry, we should wait till Mr. Herman
Mr. Orkin,
is gone.
please stand by for us. Herman, you got to go. Goodbye. Okay, let the record reflect Herman continues to sit in his chair. Okay, he's got to move. He's moving.
Mr. Herman, you've been ordered removed. Please leave now quietly. And I'm sorry to the other speaker that we're having to delay him while this occurs.
Justin,
And he's
please
still
bear with
shouting
us.
from
Thank
back.
you.
Mr. Herman, please leave. You've just repeatedly disrupted the meeting, and you're continuing to do so. And I'm sorry to the next speaker, but we're having to wait while Mr. Herman takes his time leaving.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Mr.
Do
Herman,
not-
stop shouting. And Mr. Herman is still shouting and walking backwards to delay the meeting as much as possible. And he's still shouting as he leaves.
Okay, Mr. Orkin, thanks for your patience. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead. 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Justin Orkin. I work at the Target here in downtown LA. I'd like to talk about the need for records. It's important that we hold the employer accountable as we do the employees already. Target already keeps records of their employees, the write-ups, and other things related to the employees. We should be able to do the same thing for the employers by having the records of what they need to do. This is a need to keep the records in order to ensure the policy is enforced. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Previn, Eric, please come forward. followed by Antonio Ramirez. Is Antonio here? Please come forward.
Thank you. This is the Fair Work Week ordinance that came via LANE, the Los Angeles Alliance of something or other. They came to our neighborhood council. They made a very nice presentation to our Government Affairs Committee. We went for it. We said, you know, this makes sense because it targets employers who have over 200, like Target and some of the larger ones. And it's really about getting a fair chance to show up at work. I mean, when you schedule people who are part-time employees, I mean, we make a big fuss about the Uber wages and all this. These are folks who have a job, bricks and mortar, but have to travel often from San Bernardino or someplace else for that kind of a job to come into the neighborhood and do this work. And what happened was bizarre. Some hand reached over and kind of put a chokehold on the item when it came to council. I wasn't there. I was up fighting fires in Sonoma. And what can I tell you? It didn't make it through. So only Canoga Park has a community impact statement, but I support it personally, speaking on behalf of myself. And all the people in my committee said, yeah, people should have a fair chance at work, a fair wage at work. Thank you.
Antonio Ramirez.
I think if anybody deserves to be acknowledged during this Fair Work Week is the LAPD. The LAPD and our air support pilots have done a phenomenal job.
Antonio, stick to the item, please.
Yes,
you know
they
the routine.
deserve
Thank you.
higher wages. They deserve vacation. They deserve everything. The LAPD has been under siege, taking on these fucking gangbangers,
Okay.
wetbacks, niggers,
You've been
white
warned,
trash,
Antonio.
and all the hillbillies.
You just forfeited your time.
Yes,
This is
and
not
again,
an LAPD
do
item.
you
Thank you. You need to sit down. You just forfeited your
Ms.
time.
Ramirez, please sit down. You've been off topic the entire time.
Thank you.
You've been warned repeatedly. Please sit down. All right, you're disrupting
Now you're
the
disrupting
meeting.
this meeting, Antonio. Okay. Okay, so with that, let us take item number 9. No speakers on the queue.
Mr. President,
Yes.
for the record, there is a request to refer amending motion 9C to the Economic Development Committee. So what is before council is the Economic Development Committee report, as well as amending motions 9A and 9B, sir.
Very good. So we'll send 9C to committee without objection. Let us now take item 9 as amended. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
It's approved. Thank you. Okay, so with that, let us believe our final item here is a closed session item. So, sergeants, if you can please clear the room. We'll now enter into closed session.
Everybody just sharing the same feelings. It's amazing. We come every year. We bring our families. The artwork is a great event. We love it.
The census is a fundamental exercise in our democracy, a count of everyone living in the United States every 10 years. When all Angelenos are counted, we ensure we get the right representation in Congress and the investments we need for education, housing, healthcare, and so much more, programs to improve our quality of life and strengthen our city. So stand up, Los Angeles, and make the pledge to be counted in 2020. Visit census.lacity.org to learn more. El censo es un conteo que ocurre cada 10 años y cuenta a todos los que viven en los Estados Unidos. Es uno de los sistemas más fundamentales de nuestra democracia. Cuando todos los angelinos están contados, obtenemos representación en el Congreso y financiación que necesitamos para la educación, viviendas, atención médica y programas que mejoran la calidad de vida para todos nosotros. Únete, Los Ángeles, y haz el compromiso para ser contado. Para obtener más información sobre el censo, visite nuestro sitio web.
The Los Angeles Poverty Department is an arts group based in Skid Row. We wanted to instantiate that this is a neighborhood. People live here. People do things here. They create things here. So we decided to throw a festival for all Skid Row artists because over 100 people perform or show their artwork here.
If these people can come and give their love and their time, I think I can do it too, because I think we've all been there, but we came back to give back.
Artists are always starving for places to show their work, and in the opportunity to do it on my block, I live one block that way. It's just a great experience to be connected to the neighborhood.
For other artists and myself to be here, it's just to show the collective consciousness, I think, of what's taking place in our lives in the community. You want to share with people to let them know that we may disagree on certain things, but there's a heart and soul in what we're trying to connect with.
You're arriving at Los Angeles International Airport in beautiful Southern California. One of the first things you will see as you are landing is the ever-iconic LAX theme building. The LAX theme building is a modern icon and recognized worldwide as the space-age landmark of one of the world's youngest and most influential cities. Designed by architectural firm Piera and Luckman, the building was completed in 1961 and features an observation deck and the Bob Hope USO. The spider-like appearance of the building is a playful and futuristic design illusion, created by topping 4 steel reinforced concrete legs with stucco. The building received cultural historic status from the city of Los Angeles for its distinguishing characteristics, which are valuable to the study of that period's style and method of construction. It is also an example of mid-century modern Googie architecture. The LAX theme building serves as the symbolic gateway to Los Angeles, and the futuristic design is intended to convey new prosperity and the embrace of technological innovation. It has been and continues to be a constant reminder of Los Angeles' drive to be the city of tomorrow.
Enjoy a pass to all things artistic throughout Grand Avenue during their all-access celebration. This annual arts event will offer workshops and activities throughout the Graham Park downtown LA area. Enjoy festivities including a scavenger hunt, a gallery talk at the Broad, or attend an LA opera performance at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. There is free admission to MoCA and much more. The Grand Avenue Arts All Access drops Saturday, November 2nd. For details, visit grandavenuearts.org. Don't miss the Silver Lake Conservatory of Music's annual benefit. This highly anticipated evening is the biggest fundraiser for the conservatory, which brings dynamic music education to the people of LA. The evening will be hosted by comedian Mark Maron with musical acts including Red Hot Chili Peppers. The Silver Lake Conservatory of Music benefit happens Saturday, November 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. Learn more at silverlakeconservatory.org. Going Blue just got more exciting. Join Metro LA for Blue Line Celebration, the latest opening of the Blue Metro A Line. The opening will be accompanied by entertainment from local performers, food, community booths, and special giveaways. So don't miss out on the Blue Line Celebration, happening Saturday, November 2nd from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at The Block, located at 750 West 7th Street. For more info, visit metro.net. And that's a look at some things to do.
We now have 42 beds for young mothers and their children. And take it from me, my wife and I have been involved in the foster care system for almost a decade, and we know these are tough journeys for these young people who, by definition, have gone through some of the worst trauma in this city, even before facing homelessness.
For countless young women and children, for the young women transitioning out of foster care with nowhere to live, or for the young mother raising her child in a tent or in the backseat of her car. Wallace House sees you. It recognizes your struggle, and it says, welcome home.
Let's protect our wildlife together. Please, no smoking in Griffith Park.
Hi, I'm Daniel Kim with the City of Los Angeles Department of Aging. We're here to improve the quality of life, independence, health, and dignity of the older adults and family caregivers who live in our city. We have programs and services that cover a wide variety of issues facing both older adults and caregivers. Many of our direct services are provided through our local multi-purpose senior centers. Our centers have access to care management, nutrition services, transportation, evidence-based programs, and more. They're also a great place for you to connect with others in your own community. If you don't know where to start, our helpful information and assistant staff are here to help. We're able to connect you to your local center and other resources like health insurance counseling, elder abuse resources, and even job training opportunities. Also, did you know that if you provide unpaid assistance to an older adult spouse, family member, neighbor, or friend, you're a family caregiver? We have resources for you through our department's family caregiver training and support. For more information and resources, you can call us at 213-482-7252 or simply dial 311. You can also check out our website at aging.lacity.org. Together, let's make Los Angeles the best age-friendly city in the world.
I'm here at the Taste of Soul Festival, and it's really important because I like food, and they have a lot of good food here.
Taste of Soul, the biggest, best party in Los Angeles. Every year, 350,000 people, nearly 1 out of 10 Angelinos come right here to the heart of LA to celebrate food, music, culture.
It's just a beautiful atmosphere of love and joy and peace. Make sure you come out next year because you're definitely missing out.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, welcome back to open session.
Thank you, Mr. President. So there was no action requiring a report out in public under the Brown Act.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, what's before us?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred.
That clears the desk, sir.
Thank you. Any announcements, members? Seeing none, I'll rise for adjourning motions. Adjourning motions to my left. To my right, seeing none, we're now adjourned. Let us go forth and serve the people of the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Stache, and when he looks up into the camera, you'll see why. S-T-A-C-H-E, he's got a mustache. Oh my gosh, you're looking at me, Stache. He's a 4-month-old male, and he's kind of a chatty Cathy. Not you, Kathy, but a cat chatty Cathy. His A number is 1902528. He's 4 months old, and he is darling. What a look on his face. Yeah, and tell him you're ready to go home, Stache. 4 months old. All of the animals from the city shelters are vaccinated, microchipped, and sterilized before they go home. We're taking a picture of June and Johnny. How cute. Both females. One's a little more shy than the others. We've got gray tabbies, about 6 months. They must be sisters, right, Kathy?
Yes, I don't know if they're sisters, but they came in together.
And they're cats. They look alike. And we're aging them at 6 months. They're both females, and they live together very friendly. Yes. A1901037 and A1901039. Oh, and look at little June and Johnny, right. June or Johnny is deciding that maybe she would like to have her. Well, if my sister's getting her picture on camera, well, how about me? Oh, what's that outside? Oh, it's something else. Come on, sweetie. Let's see if we can get a picture of you, Mama. Almost. There you go. Good job, sweetie. 2 6-month-olds. Oh, look at, we're getting kind of gutsy here. Let's play with the tail of the cat above me. Oh, I haven't met you before. A1901037, A1901039. You want 2 cats? They're already adjusted to each other. And you know what? 2 cats are as good as 2 dogs, especially when they're 6 months old. They need playtime, and you know what? They'll play with each other and not bother you quite as much, right?
Right, exactly.
So this is the cat whose tail was being played with by the kittens down below. This is Gorda. Gorda is a female. She was an owner surrender. And how does that affect their personalities, Kathy?
When they first come in, they're a little upset, but as we go along and we give them love and attention, they realize, hey, this place isn't so bad after all.
They're used to love and attention,
Yes,
right?
Yes. And we give it to them as much as we can. Every time I'm here, it's like everybody's my baby, so everybody gets a lot of attention and love.
Awesome. And it's hard transition. I mean, it's hard for a stray, but a stray's been kind of out there on their own. But a cat that's been in a house is used to personal attention from humans, and they're in a place, an enclosure that's small. There are other cats making noises. But she seems to have settled in pretty well. You must be doing well with your attention.
When she first came in, she was a little shy, but she's opened up a lot since then.
So Gorda is, she's not even a year old yet. Her A number is 1900514. Oh my gosh, she's gorgeous. And look at how she's settled down actually quite a bit for such a young cat. Who knows how she would behave in a house?
I think she would be excellent in a house, yes.
Awesome. Because of this behavior.
Yes.
She's calmed down, she's getting attention. Less than a year old, beautiful. She might get along nicely with Stash. She didn't seem to mind having her tail played with. So now we're looking at Missy, who is, they're calling her a calico. She's an interesting colored calico because she's mostly white. Her A number is 1899165. She's just about 3 years old, a little over 3. She's been here for almost a month. She's not, well, describe her personality, Kathy.
She's still on the shy side. She would prefer to sit in the corner while I'm cleaning and feeding her, but she's not aggressive at all. She's just, hurry up and clean my cage and leave me alone.
So if you don't want that cat who needs to be with you, Velcro to you all the time.
Right. She's very independent.
But if you'd like some company and an independent cat, Missy may be the one for you. She is beautiful. A number 1899165, about 3 years old, and so far calm. We cannot guarantee calm in the house. She may get a little bit of energy, but it looks like for now should be a nice calm cat and will not Velcro to you and won't scream at you for attention. Okay, you may notice that Maddie is in a slightly different enclosure than the other cats we've been looking at, and that's because South is full of cats, and they had to bring in some extra kennels to house the cats. So if you're thinking about a cat, you know what? They've got plenty, and actually you can take more than one. There is no restriction. I think the number of animals you can have in your house now is like
3.
3. Okay, you could actually, if you're looking for a combination of cats, take 3. Right now we're looking at Maddie. There's a discussion about how old she is. The card says 4 months. We're thinking she's a little big for a 4-month-old cat. But you know that's a pleasure in getting a cat from a shelter. You don't really know, make up stories. You know, she could be 4 years. Probably not 40. Her A number is A1902062. Beautiful white chest, kind of like a tuxedo with a brown tabby. And her personality, Kathy?
Very lovable. Very, very lovable. She just wants to be held. No, that's okay.
Okay, well, okay. So now we're back from a Missy to a Maddie who wants to be held. And not a big talker, so if you want some quiet in your house, Maddie may be the cat for you. Oh, she's kind of like the young Sunny. Look at that. She loves attention. She wants to be held. You want somebody sitting on your lap while you watch, I don't know, Jeopardy? Here you go. Maddie may be the cat. So now we're looking at Sands. Sands was an owner surrender. He's about 2 years old. His A number is 1898431. Kathy is saying that Sands doesn't have a lot of interaction, but you know what? He was an owner surrender. And he may just be going, I don't know where I am, and I don't care.
He loves that blanket, though. Yeah, he does love to cozy up on a nice big fluffy blanket.
Okay, so we do know that much about him because if you've noticed other pictures, we've had him on newspaper, but Sands says, you know what? I would really like a cozy blanket. And I'm not so sure about getting my picture on the camera, but you know what? If you come down, you could bring me out of my shell. Come on, Sands. Would like to see you. Good boy, Sands. 189-8431. If you want a little bit of a challenge, and if you have time to socialize with a cat, Sands might be the one for you. Beautiful stripes. Beautiful black tabby is what we're calling him. 189-8431. About 2 years old. Okay, so I think this is the first black cat for today. This is Salem. Oh my gosh, what a nice stretch, Salem. That was very nice. This one is 5 years old, a male. He was a stray, A190-0063. He's beautiful.
Very, very nice. Quiet cat, but loves attention.
Black cats have a reputation, and black dogs, for being more hard to adopt.
You know what? I don't know. No, I haven't noticed that yet. A lot of people do come in asking for specific colors, and one we get is black cats.
Yeah, and it's interesting because of all the cats we've seen today. This is the first black cat. Frequently, we have more of them are black than not. But this guy is gorgeous. He has a beautiful coat. He's been here for a couple of weeks. He seems pretty settled in.
Yes, he is. Like I said, very quiet, very lovable. Doesn't give me no problems when I'm changing him.
And did you hear that, everybody? No problems. This may be the cat for you if you don't want to work. You just take him home and he'll settle in. Mm-hmm. We're now looking at Missy number 2, who's also called a calico with really interesting markings. Beautiful markings on her head. She's mostly white. She's about 2 years old. She was also a stray. Missy, you're beautiful. A190-2767. She's curious because calicos can have some attitude a little bit. Yes, Kathy?
Yes, they can. They can either be very independent or wanting to get out, and you don't let her out, and she gets upset.
Okay. So sorry, Missy, too. Did you want not to say hi to the cat underneath you? Maybe. How about your head, sweetheart? There you go. Good look. A190-2767. So for those of you out there who are calico fans, this girl is gorgeous. She's 2 years old, still young. Missy, number 2, you can name her whatever you want. Do they care?
No. No, I don't think they care. I think everybody responds to Kitty.
Okay, there you go. She could be Miss Kitty. How about Miss Kitty?
So that's our show. I hope you saw a dog or a cat or a bunny that you just want to rush down to South LA and adopt right away. But if you didn't, please go to their website, laanimalservices.com, and you can see every single animal at all 6 LA City shelters on that website. You can also get a lot of animal care advice on that website, and you can find out other needs in case you can't adopt. They always need donations of food and toys and newspapers and blankets and beds and all kinds of things, and money, of course. And they always need volunteers. Volunteers, they couldn't run the shelter without them. So thank you for watching. See you next time on Adopt a Pet Today.
LA This Week.
The Great Shakeout Earthquake Drill comes to one college campus, the first of its kind in terms of earthquake preparedness. I'm Gil Reyes with details next.
I'm Anna Marco. City leaders are helping the Groundlings celebrate 45 years of groundbreaking laughter and entertainment in Hollywood. That's coming up.
A new door opens up to help women and children get from homelessness into housing. I'm Rasha Goel, and that story's up next.
Hey everyone, I'm Yana Kay. Here's what's happening on LA This Week. When it comes to brush fires, preparation is key in saving lives. We sat down with LAFD Fire Chief Ralph Terrazas to talk about the recent fires and what we can all do to stay safe.
More and more Los Angeles residents are reminded that wildfire season isn't just a season anymore, it's all year long. And it brings with it concern, uncertainty, and the possibility of some real serious danger. But there are some steps we can all take to be better prepared. And Los Angeles Fire Chief Ralph Terrazas is here to talk about wildfires and about preparedness. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me.
Let's talk a little bit about the Saddle Ridge fire. Tell us the scope of it, and can you bring us up to date on what's happening?
Absolutely. Last week, it was a Thursday night about 9 o'clock, I was at home watching the news, and I saw the report of the fire, and I saw a visual from a news helicopter. When I saw that visual image, I thought we were going to lose several hundred homes because of the wind. We were able to mitigate that incident. We lost 17 homes. We saved thousands. We lost 17 homes, and the loss of one home is a big disappointment. And we're always looking to see how can we do better next time.
What more should the public know to keep us all safe?
I think the thing that I would ask there is that the public sign up for Notify LA. Text 888-777. If you want to know more specifics about what you need to do, you can go to our website at lafd.org. There you'll find information like you should trim all the tree limbs that hang above your house. You should clear the gutters from leaves and pine needles, anything that will ignite. So those tips and many more tips will be found on that website.
Well, thank you for doing a wonderful job for saving so many homes and so many lives in Los Angeles. Thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm very proud of the men and women of the Los Angeles City Fire Department. I believe we're the finest fire department in the world, and I say that on a regular basis because I truly believe that. We have a great group of men and women who are dedicated professionals, dedicated to the safety of the people of Los Angeles.
Turning now to our homelessness crisis, did you know that a big portion of those living on the streets are young women between the ages of 18 to 24? Well, these young women face unique challenges, but as Rasha Goel reports, a new Bridge home is helping them overcome those challenges and change their lives.
The Wallace House is opening its doors to 15 young women between the ages of 18 to 24 and their children who are experiencing homelessness. They now have a place to call home.
We now have 42 beds for young mothers and their children. And take it from me, my wife and I have been involved in the foster care system for almost a decade, and we know these are tough journeys for these young people who, by definition, have gone through some of the worst trauma in this city, even before facing homelessness.
For countless young women and children, for the young women transitioning out of foster care with nowhere to live, or for the young mother raising her child in a tent or in the backseat of her car, Wallace House sees you. It recognizes your struggle, and it says, welcome home.
Aviva Family and Children's Services, a nonprofit organization formerly known as Hamburger Home, will be providing support, therapeutic services, and guidance to at-risk children and families. The Wallace House is more than just a place to live. There will be services and programs available to these young women to help transform their lives. This room that you see here is a place for women to come and pick up some clothing they may need for job interviews or perhaps even learn a new skill.
After we get done with their basic needs, a safe place to live, food on a regular basis, healthy food, and clothing, then we can start really doing the work that'll help these women launch into their adulthood. So we're going to be having parent education classes, credit recovery for high school, applications for college.
The Wallace House is a bridge home, which is part of Mayor Garcetti's plan to give homeless Angelenos in every neighborhood a refuge in the community until they can be connected with permanent housing.
This is our 8th Bridge Home site to open, keeping us on track to open 26 by July 1st of this coming year.
Single mothers experiencing homelessness face unimaginable challenges. They're responsible for themselves and their children. They are more vulnerable to crime and exploitation, but even more challenging is that many housing centers are simply not equipped to welcome them in.
A home that will hopefully provide a new beginning and new opportunities.
Officials say this recent effort by Aviva will contribute to the more than 200 units of supportive bridge housing being planned in Hollywood. Community members and city leaders in Council District 8 are taking a bite out of crime in their neighborhood thanks to a new initiative that's sparking real change.
Our children are under tremendous amounts of stress. They've been under this stress for a long, long time.
At the beginning of this summer, loss of Nipsey Hussle, there was an uptick in shootings in South Los Angeles, in the 8th District in particular. We're concerned because the summer was coming on. We did not want that to increase. So we implemented this community safety initiative to help stem the tide. We're here to celebrate because not only did it stem the tide, we actually reduced crime by a total of 15%. We had healing circles, we had safe passages, we had community events, we had gang interventionists, we had youth workers, all the things that it helps to build a community and keep it safe.
Whatever's going on in the community, the gun violence, the over-policing in our community, the domestic violence, the substance abuse, and all of that. And all that stems from somewhere, and be able to have a safe space to talk about these issues in a real and holistic way, I think is truly powerful.
For us, it's bringing in new relationships, bringing in old relationships, bringing them together, knowing that together everyone achieves more, and that means team across the city.
By us having a safe passage program, it creates a safety net around our parks and our schools within our community, and it gives the folks within our community a chance to police themselves.
What could be the most prepared college campus in the event of an earthquake takes part in the largest earthquake drill in the world. More than 24 million people participated in the Great Shakeout. Gil Reyes has more.
Biola University in La Mirada could be the safest in the world in the event of an earthquake. The campus and emergency crews practice response during the Great Shakeout, a day when millions of people take part in emergency drills in preparation for the big one.
It's a big facility. We don't know how many victims were really trapped or actually hurt, so we have to go out and we do what we have to actually do. We do a search and rescue, we triage as much as we can.
Biola University is hoping to not even get to this point of injuries. They have the first system of any college in the nation to issue earthquake warnings up to a minute in advance.
The school's Shake Alert system announces incoming quakes on loudspeakers located throughout the campus, possibly giving students and staff those extra precious seconds to drop cover and hold on.
We have 6,100 students here at Biola, but it pales to a USC and a UCLA in terms of number of students on campus. Hopefully today is a day that inspires other universities, other civic leaders, state leaders to consider those kind of systems for their programs as well.
Regarding smartphone warnings, the governor announces 2 new systems now available throughout California. There's the MyShake downloadable app, also wireless emergency alerts, which provides warnings by text message. Los Angeles has its own Shake Alert LA app. But what about for information after a quake?
We need to remember that there's other ways of communication. The radio, the AM radio, the 24-hour news networks, those are very important because they're going to give you up-to-date information. Television provides a lot of information as well. So let's not get so caught up in our phones. Most likely you're not going to have Wi-Fi, you're not going to have cell connectivity.
Biola students went so far as to apply horror makeup to make their injuries and the drill seem real.
That was a cool learning experience to see what it might actually be like. So maybe if I do get in that kind of a circumstance, it's easier to think it through.
The biggest thing that was like a epiphany was just how long it takes to get through a group of like 100 people. First responders we had just making their way through the fallen debris and everything and assessing people. It was a good knowing experience if I was ever in a real emergency to be able to help myself to the best of my ability and to work with them in order to save as many lives as possible.
At home, it's also important to have a 2-week supply of water and non-perishable food ready to go. Also, an emergency preparedness kit. For other life-saving tips, log on to readyla.org. A new upgrade is in store for LA's emergency 911 dispatch center. Anna Marcos finds out how the business of saving lives is about to go more cutting edge.
911 emergency operator 230.
LA's 911 dispatch center is now in the middle of training all its 911 operators so that they stay ahead of the curve. That's because the state of California is getting ready to change to its next-gen 911 system, and LA will be ready. In fact, part of its program will go on board this month. As this on-the-job training shows, LA is indeed jumping the gun when it comes to the new cutting-edge technology.
Well, Next Gen 911 is all about being capable of getting videotape from the public, and if you're in a high-rise building, we can pinpoint what floor you're on or what room you're in. Right now, we're talking about California in November 2021. Eventually, the whole nation will be involved with this.
And sometime this month, the computerized part of the program will kick in at LA's 2 dispatch centers, one in downtown LA and one in the Valley.
We went from our flip phone, and now I think this is a smartphone. It's a smart computer.
All this while the center handles its usual workload of as many as 11,000 calls a day. 911 dispatchers not only field calls from the public, they mobilize the officers who respond.
They are lifesavers. I call it proactive dispatching.
I took a suicide call, and a gentleman wanted to take his life. And I said, was anybody with you? And he said, just me and my dog. And I asked him, well, who's going to take care of your dog when you leave? He's like, well, I didn't think about it. It was rewarding to me that I saved him and his dog.
Besides all the calls, many of the 911 dispatchers are also instructors. Miguel Estrada has a new trainee, Selena Guerrero.
What's the name of the church?
We do a lot of prompting, like if the questions, okay, ask her this, ask her that. Does she have any weapons?
Okay. Does she have any weapons?
I just had a shooting call, and yeah, the lady was frantic, so I wasn't able to get the information I needed from her right away. So it was trying to calm her down to get the information.
So was that a scary trial by fire kind of moment?
Yeah.
We put them through extensive training, and by extensive I mean weeks and weeks and weeks of training.
And did you know some of these dispatchers get to go to the Emmys and Oscars and other big LA events? They help with emergency calls there, well, virtually, not in person.
I'm at a separate location, so I'm not dressed in a gown.
911 is also trying online reporting for certain calls. For example, during 4th of July or New Year's Eve, you can get an app and report fireworks or loud parties online.
July the 4th, for an example, we take up to 16,000 emergency calls that day. When you're calling 911, you are tying up the system for real emergencies.
And that next real emergency could be your own. Whether dispatch operators can answer it within 15 seconds or half an hour could make all the difference.
And remember, if you have a non-life-threatening emergency, you can call the non-emergency line at 877-ASK-LAPD. That's 877-275-5273. One of the key people on the 6th Street Viaduct replacement project is the program manager from the city's Bureau of Engineering. Anita Bennett introduces us to a woman who's making a mark in a male-dominated field.
As construction crews work to bring the iconic 6th Street Viaduct back to life, Julie Allen works to make sure the project stays true to the design plan.
So I ensure that the project is built in accordance with the design, and we leave the city with a beautiful new viaduct when the project is complete.
Allen is program manager on what's become the largest bridge project in Los Angeles history.
What you can see going on behind me is that the contractor is building falsework, which is a temporary bridge over the viaduct structure. What they're spanning over the railroad tracks so that they can construct the actual concrete bridge on top of the temporary bridge.
Originally built in 1932, the 6th Street Viaduct connected the Arts District to Boyle Heights. But after decades of use, the viaduct started to crumble, and that prompted the city to demolish it in 2016 and begin construction on a more seismically sound structure.
But will the pump be able to reach all the way over to this knuckle?
It does. Since the $488 million replacement project started, Allen says the city has taken great strides to increase diversity on the design team.
When I started the project, I was the only woman on the team, and as we've been filling positions and I look for the best person to fill the position, it's been a woman in many cases, so a lot of our leadership roles on the project are filled by women.
Allen graduated from UCLA with a degree in civil engineering. After 27 years with the city, she now helps recruit and mentor other women.
She's a role model to me in a way because I see how she carries herself as a female engineer in a male-dominated industry, and I look up to her, and I learn a lot from her, just how she handles herself.
Julie has been a fantastic mentor, especially to me personally. I work very closely with her every single day, and just the wealth of knowledge that she has and the leadership that she brings to the project from all her past projects, it's really empowering.
The project has created hundreds of jobs, and once it's complete, there will be a park here and more green space for this community.
We're going to be installing 12 acres of new park space that spans all the way from what you see over here on the north side of the bridge all the way to the 101 freeway. This is a very park-poor community, and the viaduct structure itself was very, very beloved to the community before, and this new one is going to be an iconic structure not only for this neighborhood but for all of Los Angeles.
The project is expected to be completed in 2022. Tribal dances, drums, and entertainment took center stage as hundreds of people gathered at Graham Park to honor Native American culture and history.
Indigenous Peoples Day in Los Angeles was created on August 30th of 2017 after a nearly 2-year process. And that process began with a motion that I introduced to take a look, to do an evaluation, a study of what it would look like, or what it could look like, what the possibilities were of eliminating Columbus Day and taking a look at a way to honor Indigenous people.
Celebrating Columbus is really predicated on the mythology that he discovered a whole entire hemisphere that was already populated by millions of Indigenous peoples. And so we're here to set the record straight. Indigenous peoples have been here since the beginning of time, and we will continue to be here. We're members of beautiful, resilient tribal nations all throughout the hemisphere.
This is one indicative of what can happen, as far as history being changed. People want to stand for right. They don't want to stand for wrong. They don't want to be remembered for doing something negative, something wrong, something that was atrocity to certain families and generations and cultures.
Native American Indigenous Days is just the beginning. It's going to spread across the entire world, and it's going to be like Mardi Gras in New Orleans. It's going to be spread. The entire world is going to take place. And if everybody's going to do the same thing we're doing here.
Some relief from City Council for renters facing no-fault evictions. A new pilot program helps cool city streets, and the pedestrian bridge in Silver Lake take shape. All this in City Beat. The LA City Council unanimously adopted an emergency ordinance aimed at stopping no-fault evictions of apartment rental tenants until January 1st, when the new law that provides similar protections take effect. In Atwater Village, the steel truss superstructure of the Red Car pedestrian bridge arrived in LA this week and installed. The bridge will connect the communities of Atwater Village and Silver Lake across the LA River. Mayor Eric Garcetti has announced a pilot program that combines cool pavement with shade canopies and trees to help decrease the temperatures on streets and walkways. It's a Hollywood institution that has trained many of today's best-known comedians and funny movie stars. And now, Councilmember Paul Koretz is helping the Groundlings celebrate their 45th birthday. Anna Marcos takes a look.
Try to control the weird faces.
45 years of funny stuff. And now the Groundlings Theater and School, a homegrown Hollywood landmark, is getting honored on its birthday by the city and council member Paul Koretz.
I guess it's ironic that I'm doing this because I have no sense of humor. But
I was kicked out of a serious acting class and told that all I wanted to do was make people laugh.
So you were too funny for acting.
I was told I was too funny. But when I got to the Groundlings, it's like a family. I found my funny home.
And to think these guys were just a group of actors back in 1974 who wanted to work on their craft. So they held a workshop. That turned into community performances, which led to jobs on shows like Saturday Night Live. And now the Groundlings is the go-to place when you want funny actors in Hollywood.
I don't think any of us imagined SNL would go on for 45 years. I don't think anybody ever imagined that the Groundlings would be here after 45 years. We were just a bunch of goofballs, you know.
Since 1974, the Groundlings Theater and School has been the foremost comedy training ground in Hollywood and the springboard for countless careers, including comic geniuses from film and television.
Think Melissa McCarthy, Kristen Wiig, Lisa Kudrow, Will Ferrell, Adam Sandler, John Lovitz, just a few superstars like that. But even more than the superstars, the Groundlings have brought laughter and good times to many, even our so-called humorless council member, Paul Koretz.
I went on my second date with my wife, Gail, to the Groundlings. And we had such a great time laughing together that I think that really started a relationship that has lasted 35 years. And so I credit the Groundlings.
What is it you think makes you funny and made you
Nothing. And I interrupt people.
So you're not funny?
Not in the slightest.
And you're in the Groundlings?
Yes, I am.
How'd that happen?
I don't know. Mistakes are made constantly in life.
But this is no mistake. Being funny is serious business.
Not that I didn't have fun, but I think I truly took it as I was like, this is like my master's program. And so I took it, I think, very serious.
The Groundlings have also become a community presence with classes for the general public, as well as training for corporations like Google and Disney. And does that help business?
Yes, it helps business. It helps politics, it helps business, it helps families, it helps relationships.
Yes and is the foundation of improv. When we build on each other's ideas, anything is possible.
Apparently, everything in life goes down easier with a little yes-anding and a little laughter. Happy birthday, Groundlings.
For more information on the school or the theater company, visit groundlings.com. The original farmers market at 3rd and Fairfax brought everyone together for a good old-fashioned country fair, complete with pig races and pie-eating contests.
We are having our Fall Festival. It's an event the Farmers Market has been hosting since 1934. And it's basically a county fair in the heart of a big city.
We're going on the bell this time. Listen for the bell. See, there's the bell, and here comes round number 2. Bobby Joe shoots it in there. Are we going to see a repeat if they head over there?
Today, Bob won our first show, so he's out here at the little winner's circle doing photos.
Way down in the Bridge Mountains, way down where the tall pines grow, lives my sweetheart of the mountain. She's my little Georgia Rose. Now come in.
Right now we have the Miners on behind us, and they've been a favorite. They are here every year. We have bands throughout the weekend.
My little rose that bloomed in Georgia with a hair of gold.
I think it's great for kids. There's not a lot to do in this area with kids, and it was free, which is amazing.
It's nice to bring the kids out. They love petting the animals, and it's just a perfect Saturday to spend time with the family. Say hi.
Hi. My mom lives across the street. We came to visit her, and she told me there was an amazing fair at the Grove, so we came to walk around. What do you like the most so far that you saw? The pig race.
All right, Judge, let's make it official. First place, second.
I grew up around animals, and I think everybody should have the opportunity to be around them. They're very special creatures.
I think the reason why Farmers Market has endured for 85 years is it really is a small village in the middle of the city. You know, most of our businesses are family owned and operated. People come to Farmers Market and they feel at home. You know, LA is a big city, so it's nice when you have a place you can just call home.
Enjoy an all-access pass to multiple art venues at Grant Park, listen to some great music at a benefit concert, and help celebrate the opening of Metro's Blue Line. All this and things to do. Enjoy a pass to all things artistic throughout Grand Avenue during their all-access celebration. This annual arts event will offer workshops and activities throughout the Grant Park downtown LA area. Enjoy festivities including a scavenger hunt, a gallery talk at the Broad, or attend an LA opera performance at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. There is free admission to MoCA and much more. The Grand Avenue Arts All Access drops Saturday, November 2nd. For details, visit grandavenuearts.org. Don't miss the Silver Lake Conservatory of Music's annual benefit. This highly anticipated evening is the biggest fundraiser for the conservatory, which brings dynamic music education to the people of LA. The evening will be hosted by comedian Mark Maron, with musical acts including Red Hot Chili Peppers. The Silver Lake Conservatory of Music benefit happens Saturday, November 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. Learn more at silverlakeconservatory.org. Going Blue just got more exciting. Join Metro LA for Blue Line Celebration, the latest opening of the Blue Metro A Line. The opening will be accompanied by entertainment from local performers, food, community booths, and special giveaways. So don't miss out on the Blue Line Celebration, happening Saturday, November 2nd from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at The Block, located at 750 West 7th Street. For more info, visit metro.net. And that's a look at some things to do. That's it for this edition. I'm Yana Kay. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more of LA This Week.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us here. This is an incredible moment for many of us, for myself, for many of the activists here joining us today. 2 years ago, we stood on these very steps of City Hall calling on LA City Council to divest from Wells Fargo for its role in financing the Dakota Access Pipeline, among other predatory, harmful acts against the community, against communities of color and low-income communities. And our demand was for the city to move our public funds out of Wells Fargo and into a socially and environmentally responsible bank. And with persistent, coordinated public pressure from Divest LA activists and indigenous peoples, within 9 months, LA City Council took a monumental step forward and voted to move approximately $100 million of the city's daily operating funds out of Wells Fargo. And this was incredible. It sent a very powerful message to Wall Street that if you harm our communities, we will fight and defund you. So our cities in California, cities across the nation, spend billions in debt services to borrow money from Wall Street banks who then leverage our public funds to finance these destructive, harmful industries that our communities actively fight against. And despite the litany of abuses, Wall Street banks have very little incentive to change, knowing that we are essentially a captive market. And there is an obvious and immediate demand for an alternative to for-profit banks, which underserve the people. The divestment work from activists within the last few years really, truly set the groundwork for California to become a battleground state in the fight to divest from Wall Street. And the solution was to create socially responsible, publicly owned, ethical, transparent, accountable institutions, locally controlled institutions that would put our public dollars to work for the people across the state instead of private shareholders. Following Divest LA, we launched Public Bank LA and led the Measure B campaign to create a public bank in Los Angeles. Our grassroots effort mobilized over 430,000 Angelenos to say yes to a public bank. With 44% of the vote, we came close. And with the momentum that we built behind the Measure B campaign, we immediately pivoted to create a large-scale effort to create public banks across the state. And this time around, it wasn't going to be LA versus Wall Street. We built a 10-city strong coalition and formed the California Public Banking Alliance, which is a grassroots network of hundreds of activists from across the state working together to break free from Wall Street exploitation and bring the public banking option to California. So we conceived of AB 857 as a pathway for our cities to form public banks. We created protections and oversight in place to ensure that these banks are economically viable, that these banks are nonprofit corporations owned entirely by cities and counties, governed by independent boards of directors, run by professional bankers. Public banks will partner with community banks and credit unions to strengthen their capacity to make socially beneficial loans. And under our new law, cities can now own banks that will leverage their deposit base and lending power to directly benefit the communities they serve. Working together with our bill authors, Assembly Member Miguel Santiago and David Chu from San Francisco, we mobilized supporters from across the state and passed through 9 votes in the most powerful legislature in the nation, with Wall Street lobbying to oppose us at every step of the way. And still, we won because it's an idea whose time has come, and public banking is a long overdue evolutionary step towards creating a just economy. Now, with Governor Newsom's signature on AB 857, California, the 5th largest economy in the world, is now moving towards a new financial system centered not on maximizing profit, but centered on maximizing the impact of profit. Instead of a private model where profit and resource are drained away from our communities by out-of-state banks, a public banking model recaptures the interest and profit, and wealth is reinvested back into our local communities. And now that public banking is law, the fight pivots back to the local level. So if you can craft policy, create a business plan, and navigate finance, research, create content, this is your calling. Join the fight. Now we create our bank. This is the first public bank. This would be the first public bank in 100 years and the first city-owned bank in the United States. So go to bit.ly/publicbankla and join our team to create the revolutionary Los Angeles public bank built by and 100% accountable to the people of LA. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce my friend and our Measure B champion, Council President Herb Wesson. Trinity Tran with Public Bank LA and California Public Banking Alliance. Thank you.
First, let me just say good morning to each and every one of you, and I thank you for coming out. You know, Trinity did a great job in laying out the specifics. Let's give her a round of applause. And I'll answer questions later if there are any, but for all of us, sometimes in life, you just want to savor the moment. And that's what I'm doing right now. Now, I've known, where's she at? Beverly forever. But I met Trinity in a bar. Now let me explain that. The Olympic Park Neighborhood Council that's in the district that I represent holds their meetings at a very important establishment in the district that I represent called the Catch One. So I'm at a meeting and all of a sudden this person gets up and says, you know, the Councilman Wesson has introduced a motion regarding banking and we in the community support that. That's where we met. And after that, I met Carlos, who will be my friend for life, Ellen Brown, and so many other people that are standing behind us. When this began, there were people that thought that we were outside of our minds.
Amen.
There were people that thought this would never happen. And we as a group of people, we have been up, we have been down, we have been shaken around, but yet we still stand. You know, sometimes people are afforded the opportunity to witness history. And sometimes people are afforded the opportunity to be a part of history. But rarely do people have the chance to make history. And I just want to say to everyone standing beside me and behind me that you folk have made history, and you should give yourselves a round of applause. I do believe that this is the way that government was supposed to work, where we partner with the people, the government, the people together, trying to affect change. Now, I have been in this business for a while, but I am not skilled enough. I don't have the ability to articulate just how grateful we are to have partnered with Assembly Member Miguel Santiago. So many people don't understand exactly how government works. We are so fortunate that we have an individual that is not only smart, committed, but operative, and he negotiated this like a captain through choppy seas. And at the end of the day, I think the voice of the people won. And the last thing that I'm going to do before I bring him up is say, within the next 48 hours, it is my intention to introduce a motion before the Los Angeles City Council that directs our chief legislative analyst and our chief administrative officer to put out an RFQ, a request for qualifications, to bring on a banking expert so the city of LA can begin putting together the guts. We are almost there, but we're not there yet. So what we have to do is stick together like we did when we were up and down and around and around. We held firm. We didn't give up. And if we do that with this motion that I'm introducing, I think we will move this ball further down the court. And so, with that said, not only has this guy been my friend for a decade, he's been a go-to type of a person. whenever I have partnered with him, whenever the city of Los Angeles has partnered with him, we have won. Because not only is he a committed public servant, he hates losing. So he will stay up all night strategizing as to how he can deliver for the state and the city and the people that he loves. And it was such an honor and pleasure to work with him and to play a small role with him and this great coalition of people that are standing behind me. Let's give a round of applause to our quarterback on this issue, and that's Miguel Santiago.
Well, thank you for the nice introduction, but really, quite frankly, it was the coalition of folks who made this happen. And let me be very clear and explain why. In the legislature, you have huge fights, and there's money interest on each side, and oftentimes you have lobbyists on all sides. But this is probably the one fight that I have seen in the legislature, at least in my lifetime, where there are zero paid lobbyists on the public side. Let's take a look for a second. I don't think that we ever had a lobbyist. I don't think that anybody from any firm stood up and walked the halls and knocked. Think about this. This is a bill where a people-powered movement took on a huge financial industry, where they hired many lobbyists, where they knew exactly how the place operated, where they extended their tentacles into almost every office. And people power prevailed. And I think you have to understand the significance of that. Because a lot of us who are in elected office can sit here and take the credit, but that's not really what happened. What happened was that the arguments prevailed when we stood up and we basically said, why not a public bank for a public good? Because look, the old system's just simply not working. I don't have to explain to anybody that income inequality is getting greater. They have 1% of the population who owns most of the wealth in America. That in California, that we become the 5th largest economy, and more people are living on the streets. That the banking industry chose Wall Street professionals and shareholders over people living in their homes. That's not a secret. But here's what made this work, and we will say it over and over and over again. This bill laid out public confidence and the ability to understand that you can actually get a bill through, and that people can tackle those who are making the most amount of profit, that we can beat back Wall Street, that we can beat back high-powered lobbyists over the best of arguments that says we can put people first over profit. And this is big news in the state of California. What's also big news today is the fact that Los Angeles is going to lead. Los Angeles, under Weston's leadership and under the council leadership, is going to dive right into setting a public bank. Think about it. And believe me, well-paid lobbyists for the financial industry will be walking these halls telling members not to vote on this. And they're going to use all the same old, tired arguments. But we know that if we beat them once in the Capitol, one of the most powerful capitals in the United States of America, that we know that right here at Ground Zero in Los Angeles, we're going to have to double down on the coalition of people who made this happen. We are going to have to get the council presidents back. We are going to have to stand by our council members who support this and make the very strongest arguments that we ought to put people first over profits. That's what's big news today. If we can take them in Sacramento, we're sure as heck going to take them here in Los Angeles, and we're going to establish the first public bank in California. Thank you very much. And I'd like to introduce lo importante de ahora. No solamente es que vamos a establecer un banco público aquí en el estado de California, también lo muy importante es, si vemos en la historia de California, jamás hemos visto en esta reciente historia donde la gente le gana a una industria. Al lado de la gente no tuvimos ningún lobbyist. Al lado de la gente no pagamos a corporaciones para que entren a hacer los argumentos. Simplemente que los argumentos de poner la gente enfrente del dinero fue más importante. Y pongan atención, ningún lobbyist trabajó por nosotros. Ningún lobbyist representó a ninguna de esta gente. Lo que pasó aquí es que la gente se organizó y el poder de la gente hizo este póliza realidad. Y la urgencia y la importancia de ahora no solamente es eso, pero es que Los Ángeles va a moverse a establecer un banco público porque preferimos el beneficio público a que alguien haga dinero en Wall Street. Eso es la importancia y necesitamos ese mismo tipo de movimiento de gente que ponga presión para que sigamos aquí a hacer un banco público. Muchas gracias, gracias al concejal, el presidente del concejal, gracias a toda la coalición que está aquí, porque vamos a hacer un banco público aquí en California, en Los Ángeles, empezando. Y quiero presentar al director del Partido Democrático aquí en Los Ángeles. I want to introduce the chair of the Los Angeles County Democratic Party, Mark Gonzalez.
There you go. Good morning, good morning.
Morning.
The Los Angeles County Democratic Party was the first to endorse last year's effort to explore public banking. We took that risk. We believed then, and we still do today, that public banking is a step towards social, economic, and environmental responsibility, right? Right. For too long, private banks have been profiting on the shoulders of hardworking families. It's time we take control of our local finances and start focusing on Main Street instead of funding Wall Street. And that's what this bill did, right? I stand here before you representing 2.7 million Democrats in LA County. 2.7 million people that believe in families over profits. 2.7 million people that believe we can do better and must do better. The LA Democratic Party is glad to see our elected leaders here looking out for our hardworking families with this public banking initiative. And I just want to make sure that we thank those brave Democrats who got on board early to support AB 857. It wasn't easy because not all Democrats are the same, but there were those who took that step and said, we believe in the people. And so I just want to make sure that we thank Governor Gavin Newsom, who also signed this bill, who stepped up to the plate and believed in the people. And of course, Council President Wesson, who's done all he can at the local level and making sure this coalition was taken seriously up and down the state. So thank you for that. And of course, Assemblymember Santiago, who took on this progressive bill as to what we see it is today and what it will do for the people on the streets, what it means for affordable housing, what it means for jobs, what it means for homelessness and solving that crisis. And you took that step and you are that leader for us, as well as Assemblymember Chu up in San Francisco. But we're here in LA, and LA is establishing what we're going to do next. So thank you, Assemblymember Santiago. And it also, I want to make sure that we give credit to Carlos Marroquin and Trinity and so many others behind me who are the boots on the ground, who are volunteers who don't get paid to do this hard work, but are changing the landscape of what and how California is for 2020 and beyond that. But I'd also like to introduce our brother who is our county assessor, who also took a risk in supporting this measure early. And he didn't have to do that because we know that his job is very hard and what it means to taxpayers and folks in Los Angeles who are watching what the assessor's office is doing. So without further ado, our brother, County Assessor Jeffrey Prang.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jeff Prang. I'm the Los Angeles County Assessor. And Mark, I did want to start by saying it's very impressive that you represent 2.7 million people, but I win. I represent 11 million. So I stood here on this plaza, what was it, about a year or two ago, Miguel, when we kicked off this legislation. I was asked to support, less than a year ago. I have to say at that time, and I've been in politics my entire adult life, and I am supportive of this initiative, but I read the political tea leaves, and I thought this was going to be an uphill climb. And I mean no disrespect to the folks here from Sacramento, but I know how it works in Sacramento. Sometimes the legislation that has the most lobbyists, who attend the most fundraisers, tend to have a disproportionate impact on legislation. So the banks have never been shy about having a big impact in in Sacramento. But something happened different in this case. The stars were in alignment. First, we had a real strong vision articulated by the president of the Los Angeles City Council, Herb Wesson, who established the vision and a pathway. We had a masterful legislative floor manager who knows how to work the halls of Sacramento, who knows how to influence his colleagues, a master tactician in the person of Assemblymember Miguel Santiago. We also had incredible leadership from the community, from Trinity, from Carlos, and from Jennifer, and from all these people behind me, because they demonstrated that lobbyists and money and fundraisers is not where the buck stops when it comes to good public policy. They worked hard. They showed up in the offices. They made the arguments, and the arguments for a public bank are indisputable. And faced with that sort of information and with voters in their offices, I've been a politician a long time, and usually the person who's the voters usually win when it comes to how I will make my decisions. And I think that demonstrated that grassroots activism can prevail against the 800-pound gorillas that seem to dominate in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. As the assessor, I know firsthand that property and sales taxes really form the foundation for local governments that provide vital public services. Prior to being assessor, I served as a city council member and mayor of the city of West Hollywood for about 18 years. And small cities like West Hollywood also often struggle with to find private banking services to meet the complex challenges for a modern municipality and for underserved communities. Private banks are driven by profits and shareholder needs, while a public bank is driven by the needs of the city or county that owns and operates, but most importantly, on behalf of the people who need those services, who are iced out of traditional banking services. A public bank will be able to invest, lend, and provide banking services at lower interest rates than private banks. It will cost less to do business with a public bank. It will satisfy so many needs in this community, particularly for the underserved. The benefits are incalculable. A public bank may use those funds for projects like affordable housing, small business loans, and public infrastructure. It'll provide a safe place for people who are otherwise excluded from major banks to park their money. Public banks provide more local control, transparency, and self-determination over exactly how local dollars are used. And finally, creating a public bank will allow taxpayer money to be held by a financial institution that measures its investment not only in financial terms, but how well it serves the community in which we all belong to. I again want to thank the Assembly member for allowing me to have even a small peripheral role in supporting this bill. I want to congratulate you, Council President Wesson,
David Chu.
Assemblymember David Chu, Trinity Tran, Carlos Marroquin, Jennifer Tanner, and all these great folks behind me for incredible victory. And thank you, Governor Newsom, for signing the bill. Thank you so much. And I think I am now been tasked with turning it over to Carlos Marroquin, who is one of the lead community
organizers. Yeah.
Organizers.
Thank you. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Give Carlos a round of applause.
Thank you.
Today marks a great day for me and many people that during the foreclosure crisis lost their homes. The number of people that were abused by the banks, the number of people that have suffered at the hands of Wall Street. I don't have to explain that to you. Back in 2012, we had to set up a tent over here where we're fighting against Wall Street, trying to change the conversation. All the blame was being put in homeowners for so-called buying homes that they couldn't afford, and we knew that was not true. We knew that Wall Street had been involved in massive fraudulent practices. And we were able, through the Occupy movement, we were able to change the conversation and put the blame where it belonged. But it was not enough. We needed to take it a step further than that. And we know that the solution was being able to form a public bank, taking away, the money that we invest in Wall Street and invest it in our communities. And we began the push for public banking. And today I stand here honored to be among so many great leaders, a movement that really fought from day one and never looked back, knowing that, yes, it was going to be hard, but we were going to overcome if we stuck together, and we did that. We came together, we fought together, we cried together, we lifted our hands together, and we say, yes, it could be done, and we did it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, now, Carlos, you were supposed to bring up, let's bring up Jennifer Tanner at this time. No, you got so worked up.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Jennifer Tanner. I'm the founder of Indivisible California Green Team. We're the grassroots. We work with our legislators, and we rock. I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked so hard to pass this bill. This was truly a grassroots effort, and on behalf of the groups I worked with, Indivisible California State Strong, Indivisible California Green Team, SoCal 350, Fossil Free California, thank you for your incredible efforts. I'd like to thank Assemblyman Santiago and Assemblyman Chu for the courage to carry this bill and their tireless efforts to pass public banking in spite of the difficulty getting here. And thanks to Trinity Tran for her amazing leadership for the entire coalition. It's been an honor to work with you, truly. And of course, we want to thank Governor Newsom.
Yes. He signed it.
Yes. Governor Newsom has consistently been a champion for public banking. We thank him for having the courage to sign this monumental bill and charting a new direction for California. Thank you, Governor Newsom. We're excited because many have spoken today about the value and benefit of public banks, and one of the main benefits is the ability to affect our environment in a very positive way. We see that in California, when the community has a choice, they choose renewable, they choose green. And now that our government funds will be controlled by groups accountable to the local public, California is now in a position to stop funding projects detrimental to our environment, ending financial support for fossil fuel productions like fracking, like Dakota pipelines. We can now start focusing on loans on projects that enhance the environment, such as renewable energy like wind and solar, such as affordable housing near public transportation. Amen. And on, possibilities endless. We will look back at this moment as a game changer for the Wall Street banks to begin to revisit their policies that show their lack of care for the public good. Wall Street banks choose for profit. Public banks can choose to let the social good be the prominent factor. Germany funded most of their environmental initiatives with public banking. Imagine what California can do.
All right. I guess that's it. Where's Trinity? Everybody was avoiding the mic. I did not avoid it. Anyway, so one more round of applause. And Trinity, if you could come close, we will, if you have questions, we'll try our very best to answer those questions. Yes, in the back.
Can you just give me one basic, couple of examples of how this might work compared to the way it has worked? I mean, what might be funded, project?
Well, I think it all starts with the mission of the bank, which in the legislation refers to it has to have at its basis, at its core, to do, good for the public. The public has to do public good. So I think that that's going to be critical in establishing that mission statement. And that's one of the reasons why we're going to introduce this motion and try to bring in the most creative consulting team that we can that's going to continue to work with this coalition that's behind me, and we're going to try to put all of this together, and then we will market it to our residents here at the City of Los Angeles. Any other questions? Yes. Yes, that is a helicopter. Well, you got to look at what happened, and if Trinity was up here, I'm sure she could answer it better than me. We spent zero money and got almost 45% of the voters in this city. There have been constant conversations since then. So if I had to guess, I would say without pause, our numbers of support has grown. Now what we want to do is come up with a detailed, comprehensive plan. We'll have conversations about that with the community, and we're all optimistic that the results then will be different. I don't want to hog any other questions.
It's LA City's big day.
No, it's our day, all of us. Any other questions? Okay, thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Demands the presence of traffic officers at the peak period. Primary duty of these officers is to facilitate the smooth flow of traffic. This means allowing many pedestrians and vehicles to use the streets in harmony without unnecessary delays or undesirable interruptions in movement. In the interest of public safety and as a means of regulating traffic movement, many parking signs, safety zones, and signals are installed. These engineering devices are by competent traffic engineers after careful studies, and if complied with, will aid the police in their work and traffic in its movement. Officers in parking and intersection control work regulate traffic at an intersection with the aid of mechanical devices to permit alternating traffic movements, thus minimizing the possibility of conflict and congestion. Other duties include spill regulations and furnishing information to the public. Officers' alertness and willingness to oblige in this respect is responsible to a large degree for the public's appraisal of this branch of the police service. All important intersections in this area are manned by competent, well-trained, neat-appearing officers. Whoops, well, almost all intersections. In an effort to better impress officers with the importance of proper personal appearance and intersection actions, one of our experienced control officers has volunteered to show the most prevalent faults contracted by men in this type of work. Meet Tommy. He's our traffic man at 9th and Hill. Let's watch Tommy work. Note the effortless ease with which he works his corner. As a matter of fact, he just ignores it. The guy's a walking library. What a front man for a police department. And it's guys like this who leave the greatest impression on the public. Old friends, new friends. You meet them all on the friendly corner spot where Tommy works. This guy loves policemen. He used to work traffic in Upper Sandusky and talks by the hour with any policeman that will listen. Some traffic control. It's a good thing those signals are working. What's this? Tommy's going to work? Hey, that's dangerous. Get out of the way of those cars. If you signal them to come on through, you better get out of their way. Those arm signals look like a windmill. On every corner, there are some things that will bear watching. No, Tommy, be careful. Your wife may be shopping today. There's that "where's the Sarge" look. It must be time for a smoke. Notice how cleverly he does this. By carefully palming the cigarette and walking up and down like a pedestrian, he's barely noticed by more than 100 people. This takes practice, studying the manual with all that noise on the corner. Tommy hasn't picked a winner in 2 weeks, so he's taking to the turf manual for some hot tips. It's pretty close to lunch now. Tommy's getting hungry and mad. You fathead. Tommy, watch your blood pressure. That's dangerous on a hot day. Get a load of this. A stranger doesn't know where the Federal Building is. He'll find out where a phone book is. How do you like that? Hey, Tommy, look now. Your corner's all balled up. Guy can't take his mind off business for a second. Oh, but don't worry about Tommy. He'll get this straightened out. This calls for some strategy. I thought so. Out with a no right. Oh, no, not a no left, too. He'll have things fixed all right. Those guys will be driving around the block for hours trying to get to work. Now things are looking better. It's about time for a quick snack. That was a lot of work. Yes, sir, there he goes, heading for the coffee shop. One thing about Tommy, he's the thorough type. Goes all out on these signs. There comes another no right. That should really fix things up. Check this caution. That's sergeant's nerves. Comes from drinking too much coffee on duty. Let's take a look at the adjacent corners. Tommy's buddies are really busy. All their traffic, and now his too. The indiscreet placing of control signs has caused vehicles to try turns here. The result? Traffic jammed up for blocks. Now let's see how it should be done. An alert, well-trained officer has his hands full at all times in regulating a busy downtown intersection. Signals should be given in a precise, clear-cut manner in accordance with the standard system as prescribed in your traffic manual. These arm signals should always be used. Never shout orders when working your corner. In this particular situation, the officer is working an especially busy two-phase flow with a merging right turn, which automatically dictates his position in the intersection. Pedestrians and the particular traffic pattern will vary during the day, thus necessitating a change in the officer's position from time to time, even at the same intersection. Your position is important because you must act quickly to keep traffic moving. Don't permit pedestrians and autos to jockey back and forth in a gas-down at Alphonse Act. Get one or the other through in a hurry. This is what we call flow regulation, and it's important. Remember, step in fast, make a decision, and carry it out. Cut off pedestrians and shoot cars through, thus eliminating a long line of traffic which will block up adjacent corners. The quality of your regulation will be quickly noticed and appreciated by many thousands of citizens. You must be prepared to answer every type of question. Locations, buildings, streets, stores, and every streetcar run in L.A. When your answer will take time, escort the pedestrian to the curb where you can converse in safety. This is where you can sell your department 100% to the public. Your strict attention to all points in your intersection will develop the speed with which this officer detects and assists cars in their desired moves. The constant shifting and moving required may tire the inexperienced man. But this simple exercise of flexing the feet, calf, and thigh muscles will prove resting as well as allowing the proper posture at all times. Short, sharp, intermittent blasts of the whistle should be used to attract attention and to prevent violations. This is most valuable in preventing the inattentive, dreaming jaywalker from walking into the path of moving cars. Efficient regulation of traffic demands that a proper system of manual signals be employed to convey directions and orders to both drivers and pedestrians. Men assigned to the Parking and Intersection Control Division are given an opportunity to see actual intersection work being carried on by experienced officers. They are required to study various intersections and diagnose particular problems offered by varied traffic flow, pedestrians, or turning movements. This work demands the finest men obtainable physically as well as mentally. These officers are the department's representatives. They are constantly in the public view, and their actions predicate much of the public favor or disfavor as to the police system in Los Angeles.
The Academy grounds contain target, combat, and shotgun ranges. The target line has a 25 and 50-yard line with electrically operated and hydraulically actuated target systems with 42 firing positions. The combat range is designed to simulate field shooting situations. It consists of 12 three-position targets which are electrically operated. A complete rheostat lighting system allows the operator to simulate lighting conditions. The shotgun range is electrically operated with 20 positions. The backstop is steel with concrete reinforcement, including a water trap to recover expended lead. Los Angeles policemen are required to perform safety checks and shoot a qualifying score on one of the 3 courses monthly. This assures that the individual officer acquires and maintains shooting skill and retains an excellent knowledge of firearm safety. The Academy abounds with accommodations for all types of sports and outdoor activities. The Olympic-sized swimming pool is utilized year-round by policemen and is open during the summer months to their families. There are several picnic areas containing barbecue pits, tables, and benches. The grounds also contain a regulation tennis court, baseball field, and 2 handball courts. Basketball and volleyball can be played either in the indoor gymnasium or on an outdoor court. These athletic facilities assist the policemen to maintain excellent physical condition. The Academy is devoted to the training of police officers as well as serving as a recreational center for policemen and their families. The Los Angeles Police Revolver and Athletic Club maintains the Academy buildings and grounds and provides sports equipment for the many athletic events held on the premises. Funds are acquired from rental of the facilities for banquets and social activities. Additional revenue is derived from operation of the cafe, which serves 300,000 persons annually. The training division is comprised of 3 major sections. The instruction section is responsible for physical training and self-defense, general and law instruction, report writing, and proficiency in the use of firearms. The coordination section is responsible for recruit training, in-service, supervisory, police reserve, and specialized training. The administration section contains research and development, audiovisual instruction, training publications, supply and maintenance units. Recruit officer training covers a 20-week period. The first 12 weeks are at the academy and include the academic and physical portions of their training. The recruit is then assigned to one of the geographical police divisions for 4 weeks to gain practical field experience. He is closely supervised by a skilled training officer while in the field. The recruit officer then returns to the academy for the final 4 weeks of training. Upon completion of training, formal graduation ceremonies are held on the academy grounds, which includes formal inspection and congratulatory address by the Chief of Police. The first day at the academy suggests a definite need for improvement on the part of the recruit officer. A marked transition will occur in the 20 weeks which follow. Every officer will have obtained the minimum proficiency required in the necessary skills and will display both confidence and excellence when graduation day finally arrives. The initial requirement for the new officer is to acquire the khaki uniforms which he will wear throughout his training. Other necessary equipment include sweat clothes, books, and gun cleaning equipment. Recruit officers must attain minimum standards of performance in physical conditioning, shooting, and academic subjects during all phases of training. The minimum acceptable performance consists of 2 overhand pull-ups, 10 push-ups, 25 sit-ups, and run 1.25 miles in 12 minutes or less. A gradual conditioning program includes basic self-defense techniques to assist each officer in obtaining the skills which will enable him to confidently and capably perform the tasks which confront field officers daily. Actual application of the knowledge learned in different phases of training are tested in simulated field problems. This assists the recruit officer in relating classroom lectures to practical experience. Each field problem is graded and critiqued by an instructor and the actors assigned to the problem who are staff members. The problems presented represent many of the conditions which the officer will be confronted with during a field assignment. The problems include the issuance of a citation to an unruly motorist, the diplomatic and cautious arrest of a drunk citizen, and the correct procedure in handling a neighbor dispute. Every Los Angeles police officer is required to shoot a qualifying score on one of 3 courses monthly. Initial instructions are conducted on the 25-yard target range. The attainment of proficiency on this course entitles the officer to a monthly bonus of from $2 to $16, depending upon his score. The minimum qualifying score is 195 out of 300 points. The importance of mastering the combat range is emphasized by the Los Angeles Police Department's requirement that every officer below the rank of captain must shoot a minimum score on this course 6 months a year. Additional firearms instruction includes the safe use of the shotgun as well as qualifying on the shotgun range 3 times a year. Beginning classes of recruit officers range up to 100 men, depending upon the number certified to attend any particular training phase. Recruitment is nationwide and is a continuous process since new classes start each month. During the 3rd week of training, recruits are issued their blue uniforms to prepare for field assignments, which begin during their 5th week. Uniforms are inspected by supervisors for workmanship and proper fit. Members of the Academy staff are assigned as class assistants, and they are available to assist the new officer with any personal problem which might arise while he is at the Academy. An inspection is conducted daily to ensure that personal appearance and equipment is properly maintained. Forward, hurt! On, hey, hey. A formal flag raising ceremony is held each morning at the conclusion of the uniform inspection. Finally, graduation day has arrived. A formal inspection is held on the athletic field, and the recruit officer's family and friends are invited to the academy to celebrate the completion of his training. The graduation ceremony is highlighted by a congratulatory address by the Chief of Police and the awarding of the diplomas to each officer. They now display the outstanding qualities and demeanor that is expected of every Los Angeles police officer.